Before we begin, turn the lights down and listen closely. Because some ghost towns do not scream, they count. High in the Panamint Mountains, beyond the desert edge of Death Valley, there is a ruined silver town where hikers say they hear footsteps on the trail behind them, even when no one is there. Tonight's story is not just about a vanished mining camp. It is about a debt carried down a mountain, a name erased from the dead, and a son who finally hears the footsteps his father spent a lifetime running from. This is Panamint City, spirits trapped on the mountain. Panamint City is a ghost town located deep in the Panamint Range, near Death Valley in Inyo County, California. The area boomed following the discovery of silver in the early 1870s, once reaching a population of around 2,000, and earned a reputation as a chaotic and lawless mining camp. A flash flood in 1876 washed away most of the town, helping bring an end to its short-lived heyday. Today, Panamint City remains a very remote destination, typically accessed via the Surprise Canyon Trail, a difficult route that involves rock scrambling, water crossings, and significant elevation gain. Not every abandoned place becomes a ghost town. Some places simply run out of money, run out of people, and are slowly worn down by wind and time until only a few stone walls, rusted sheets of tin, and rotten planks remain under the sun. But some places do not truly die. They only stand still, waiting for someone to return. Panamint City was one of those places. Hidden deep in the Panamint Range, among the dry mountains on the edge of Death Valley, the town had once lived a short but violent life. People said that in the 1870s, when silver was discovered in Surprise Canyon, miners, merchants, prostitutes, gunmen, debtors, fugitives, and wanted thieves climbed into the mountains together. They built houses, they opened saloons, they dug tunnels, they fired smelters, and they named the place Panamint City, a city on a mountain, a city born from greed. Then, only a few years later, water came down from the sky. A flash flood tore through the canyon like an animal that had snapped its chain. It carried away homes, saloons, the main street or wagons, and many things that were never found again. After that, Panamint City became a ruin. But the people who had climbed up there said that if you camped overnight, among the wind moving through the old stone walls and broken chimneys, sometimes you could hear footsteps. Not falling rocks, not animals, heavy miners' boots, slow and deliberate, walking on a main street that no longer existed. One step, then another, as if someone was still patrolling in the dark, searching for a way down the mountain. In November of that year, Min Tran received an email from a man named Harold Keene. The email contained only 3 lines. "Do you restore old audio recordings? I have a tape recorded in Panamint City in 1983. My brother's voice is on it, and he disappeared on that mountain." Min read the email 3 times. He was 36 years old, a freelance audio technician living in Los Angeles. His work was usually dull, cleaning noise from podcasts, restoring damaged recordings, adjusting interview audio for documentaries, and sometimes repairing old family tapes for people who wanted to hear the voices of dead relatives again. But Panamint City was different. Min knew that place, not because he had been there, but because his father had once spoken of it. Min's father, Huy Tran, was a Vietnamese mechanic who had come to America in the late 1970s. For several seasons, he worked with mining survey crews and repaired generators in the California desert. When Min was a child, there was one night when his father got drunk, sat on the porch, looked toward the northeast and said, "Some mountains do not want to give people back." At the time, Min thought his father was only rambling. Years later, after Hui died, Min found a wrinkled map of Surprise Canyon inside an old metal box. On the map, a small X had been circled in red near Panamint City. Under the X, someone had written in hurried English, "Do not follow the steps." Min never understood what those words meant, and he never asked because by the time he found the map, his father had already been dead for 3 days. People said Hui died of a stroke, but on the night before he died, the neighbors heard him standing in the garage, shouting in Vietnamese, "It was not me. I already came down from the mountain." Then came the sound of him pounding against the garage door, as if someone were standing outside. But the security camera recorded no one, only footsteps. Slow, heavy, circling the house for nearly 10 minutes. Min answered Harold Keene's email the next morning. They met at a small coffee shop in Lone Pine, a few hours from Death Valley. Harold was in his 70s, thin, slightly bent at the back, wearing an old baseball cap and a scratched military watch. He brought a brown cloth bag. Inside were an old cassette recorder, a yellowed Maxell tape, and an envelope of photographs. "I did not want to mail it," Harold said. "I have kept it for 40 years. I did not want it disappearing right before I die." Min looked at him. "You said your brother disappeared in Panamint City?" Harold nodded. His name was Daniel. In 1983, he was 28. He liked hiking, ghost towns, and places normal people had enough sense to avoid. He pulled a photograph from the envelope. In it, 4 young men stood beside a green truck. Behind them were empty desert and the distant Panamint Mountains. One of them was Daniel, grinning widely, curly-haired, a backpack slung over one shoulder. Harold pointed at the others. "This is my brother. This is Rick. This is Paul. And this man." He stopped. Min leaned closer. The 4th man in the picture was Asian, black-haired, short, and wearing a faded jacket. Min felt his throat go dry. What was his name? Harold looked at him for a long time before answering. "Hui Tran. I assume he was your father." The air in the coffee shop seemed to turn cold. Min stared at the photograph. The man in it was his father, younger, thinner, with deeper eyes and a much tighter expression than the father Min had known. "You knew my father?" "Not well," Harold said. "He joined that trip as a mechanic. They were supposed to go up to Panamint City and inspect some equipment left after the 1983 floods. The road was still visible then, but badly damaged. Heavy rain had just torn through the canyon. A small mining company hired them to see what could still be salvaged." "What happened?" Harold wrapped both hands around his coffee cup. 4 men went up the mountain. 3 came back. Daniel did not? Harold shook his head. "No. But the problem was not only that he did not come back." He pushed the cassette tape toward Min. "The other 3 said Daniel left the cabin during the night. They heard him walk out. When they woke up, he was gone. They searched all day and found nothing. No blood, no backpack, no body." "Did the police investigate?" "They did. But the place was too remote. The weather was bad. The trail was broken. They concluded he slipped into some canyon or tried to hike down alone and died." "What did my father say?" "Your father said nothing at all." Harold looked down at the table. "He only gave me this tape. He told me that if I ever became brave enough, I should listen to it. But I never listened all the way through. No one in my family could." "Why?" "Because on the tape," he swallowed, "Daniel keeps talking after the moment he disappears." Min said nothing. Harold pulled up his sleeve. On his wrist was an old, long scar, as if wire had once cut deeply into the skin. "Mr. Tran," Harold said quietly, "I am not hiring you only to restore audio. I want you to hear it. I want to know what my brother saw that night." Min looked at the cassette. Then he remembered the map in his father's metal box. "Do not follow the steps." He asked, "Do you have a copy?" Harold shook his head. "Only this one tape. Then I will digitize it first. After that I can—" "No," Harold interrupted. "I want you to do it there." Min thought he had misheard. "Where?" "Panamint City. You want me to take the tape up to the ghost town?" "I tried listening at home, in a studio, in a church, in the hospital while my wife was still alive. Every time it reaches the 13th minute, the tape fills with static. Then the machine shuts off. But in one of the early sections, my brother says, 'Some sounds can only be heard if you are standing where they were recorded.'" Min gave a small laugh, but it did not sound natural. "Mr. Keene, I work with audio. I do not summon ghosts." "I know." Harold reached into the cloth bag and removed a small object wrapped in a towel. When he opened the cloth, Min saw an old compass. The needle was not pointing north. It was pointing directly at the cassette tape. "Your father gave me this with the tape," Harold said. "He told me that if one day the tape started making noise before the machine was turned on, it meant Panamint was calling the last man in the group back." Min watched the compass needle tremble in tiny pulses. Harold continued, "Last night, the tape started playing footsteps inside my drawer." Min did not believe in ghosts, or he had always told himself he did not. To him, every sound had a cause. The hiss in a cassette could be magnetism. Whispers could be background noise interpreted by the human brain as language. Footsteps in a house could be pipes, shifting wood, or an animal passing by. But when he brought the tape back to a motel in Ridgecrest and placed it on the table, the cassette recorder turned on even though it was not plugged in. There was no voice, only footsteps. One step, then another. Slowly, as if someone were walking over gravel. Min removed the batteries from the machine. The footsteps continued for almost 10 seconds. Then they stopped. That night, Min did not sleep. He called his mother in San Jose and asked whether she knew his father had once gone to Panamint City. There was a long silence on the other end. "What did you find?" his mother asked. The question made Min sit up straight. "You knew. Your father made me promise never to tell you. What happened up there?" His mother breathed very softly, as if trying not to cry. "Your father was not the man you later knew. When he first came to America, he was poor, frightened, and willing to do any job that paid. That Panamint trip, he said it was only mechanical work. But when he came back, he was no longer the same person. Did he tell you anything? Once, when you were a newborn, he thought I was asleep. He stood beside your crib and spoke in English. I only understood a few sentences." "What sentences?" His mother was silent for a few more seconds. He said, "I did not push him. I only did not pull him back." Min's back went cold. "Do you remember anything else?" "Your father said there was someone walking behind them on the mountain. First one person, then two, then many. But whenever they turned around, no one was there." Min looked through the motel window. The parking lot outside was empty. Under the yellow light, sand rolled in thin lines across the asphalt. "Mom," Min asked, "why did Dad write on the map that I should not follow the footsteps?" His mother's voice broke. "Because he followed them." The line fell silent. Then she said one last thing before hanging up. "Min, if you hear someone call your name on that mountain, do not answer in Vietnamese." The next morning, Min drove to Ballarat. Ballarat was little more than a dusty cluster of buildings, ruins, and old vehicles baking in the desert sun. The caretaker was a sunburned old man named Willard, with a white beard yellowed by tobacco and unusually sharp eyes. When Min said he wanted to hike to Panamint City, Willard looked at his backpack and asked, "Alone?" "Yes. Bad idea. I have GPS, a paper map, a water filter, and spare batteries." "That stuff keeps you from dying stupid," Willard said. "It does not keep you from hearing what you should not hear." Min said nothing. Willard spat into the dirt. "You going up because of the Keen people?" Min turned toward him. "You know Harold? Anyone who lives here long enough knows a few names they would rather forget." Willard settled into a chair on the wooden porch. "In 1983, after heavy rains, 4 men went up there. I was the one who saw them pass through. 3 days later, 3 came back. 1 had a broken arm. 1 had lost his shoes. And the other, my father." Willard looked at him longer. "So you are Hui's son?" Min did not answer. "When your father came down, he could not speak. Not because he was mute, because whenever he opened his mouth, the sound of water came out. Water, like someone drowning inside his throat." Wind crossed the porch, making metal signs knock against one another. Willard continued, "People like to say Panamint has footsteps, but they leave out the important part. Those footsteps do not wander. They follow people who owe a debt." "What kind of debt?" "A debt to whoever was left behind." Willard went inside. A moment later, he returned with an old tin box. In it was a black and white photograph of Panamint City when it was still alive. The main street crowded with people, horses or wagons, and wooden storefront signs. He pointed to one corner of the image. "You see this brick smelter? The chimney is still standing. People say silver was cast into heavy bars to stop thieves from stealing it. But not everything heavy stays where it belongs." He turned the photograph over. On the back, someone had written, "The town keeps count." Min asked, "Counts what?" Willard looked toward the mountains. "Footsteps." Min started up from the Surprise Canyon trailhead close to noon. He knew that was late, but the weather was unusually cool. The sky had the color of lead. Wind came down from the canyon carrying damp stone, cold rock, and the scent of wild plants. Surprise Canyon lived up to its name, a green crack in the middle of dead desert. Water moved over pale stones. Shrubs grew thick in the narrow cuts. At times Min had to wade through ankle-deep water. At other times, he had to use both hands to climb over rock. His backpack pulled painfully at his shoulders, but what bothered him most was the silence. No birds, no insects, only water, and the sound of his boots grinding over stone. After about 2 hours, Min stopped to drink. He took out his digital recorder and switched it on to capture the environment. It was a professional habit. The sound of a location often helped with old audio restoration. He put on his monitoring headphones. In his ears came the water, the wind, the scrape of his clothes against the backpack. Then came a second set of footsteps. Min froze. The second footsteps stopped too. He turned around. The trail behind him was empty. Only pale canyon walls, a thin stream of water, and a few low shrubs moving in the wind. Min removed the headphones. Outside them, he heard only water. He put them back on. The footsteps appeared right behind him. One step, then another. Min shut off the recorder. He told himself it was delay, echo inside the canyon. In narrow rock passages, sound could reflect strangely. A noise he made himself could return a few seconds later and make him think someone was following. But when Min opened the file he had just recorded and looked at the waveform on the screen, he saw 2 separate footstep patterns. His own steps were light, short, and even. The other steps were heavier. And strangest of all, they did not come after Min's steps. They came before them, as if someone was walking a few steps ahead of him, but the sound was coming from behind. Min deleted the file. He kept climbing. The higher he went, the narrower the canyon became. White stone turned gray. Water appeared and vanished beneath boulders. In one section, he had to push through thorn brush, and his jacket tore in a long line. The sky darkened even though it was only a little after 4. He meant to find a campsite before reaching Panamint City. But then, between the walls of the canyon, he saw it. A tall brick chimney standing alone on the slope like a dark red finger pointing at the sky. Panamint City. Min had seen dozens of photographs of it, but none of them prepared him for the feeling of seeing that ruin in the mountains. Crooked wooden cabins stood scattered across the slope. Half-collapsed stone walls broke the ground. Bent sheets of tin clattered in the wind. A faint path ran through the town, where Main Street had once been. There was no one there, but Min felt as if he had just stepped into a place pretending to be empty. He pitched his tent about 30 yards from an old cabin, far enough to avoid rats and dust, but close enough to block the wind. Then he laid out the cassette recorder, the digital recorder, a shotgun microphone, and Harold's tape. Darkness fell fast. When the sun dropped behind the ridge, Panamint City changed color. By day, it was a ruin. By night, it looked like a neighborhood waiting for the lights to come on. Min sat inside the tent, put on his headphones, and pressed play on the cassette recorder. The tape ran. At first, there was only static. Then a young man's voice emerged. October 17th, 1983. This is Daniel Keene. We reached Panamint City at 4:20 in the afternoon. The road up is worse than Rick thought. Hui says if it rains tonight, we should go down first thing in the morning. Another voice laughed under his breath. You recording that too? Like anyone is ever going to listen. Daniel answered, maybe I'll be famous someday. Min recognized his father's voice in the background, younger and marked by a heavier Vietnamese accent. Do not joke in this place. Metal clanged. A wooden door opened. Wind moved through a cabin. Daniel continued, we are sleeping in an old cabin. Hui does not like this place. He says not to sleep in a house with a door facing the chimney. No one knows where he got that superstition. The tape filled with noise. Then silence for a few seconds. When the sound returned, Daniel's voice was lower. There are footsteps outside. Min stopped breathing. On the tape, the wind blew hard. Then came footsteps. Then another. Slowly over gravel. Daniel whispered, Rick says it is Hui going out to piss. But Hui is asleep beside the door. Another man, probably Rick, said, Daniel, turn that thing off. Daniel replied, no, listen. The footsteps came closer, then stopped just outside the cabin. There was a knock at the door, 3 times. Inside his tent, Min pulled off the headphones. Outside his own tent, 3 knocks answered. Min sat frozen. The tent had no wooden door. That sound could not have come from soft nylon. It rang as if someone had struck knuckles against old boards. He turned off the cassette. Outside, everything was silent. Min picked up his flashlight and slowly opened the tent zipper. The beam swept across the ground. No one was there. But in the dust outside the tent were 3 boot prints. 3 left boot prints. No right ones. Min stepped backward. Wind moved through the ruins. From near the chimney came a thin metallic shriek, like someone dragging a knife across stone. He switched on the GPS. No signal. His phone had no service. The power bank showed full charge, but the phone screen suddenly went black. Min decided he would leave at first light. He put the tape into a waterproof pouch, placed his folding knife beside his hand, and lay in the tent until nearly midnight without sleeping. At around 1 in the morning, the footsteps began. First, only one person, walking from the cabin toward the old main street. Then another person, then several more. They moved slowly through the ruins. They did not speak. They did not breathe. There was only the sound of boots grinding over gravel. Min lay still, his hand over his mouth. The footsteps circled his tent. Once, twice, then they stopped. A voice spoke outside the fabric. A young man's voice, very close. "Can you hear me?" Min shut his eyes. The voice asked again, "You are Hui's son, aren't you?" Min did not answer. A hand pressed into the tent wall from the outside. 5 fingers showed clearly in the fabric, but there was no shadow of a body behind them. "Your father still owes me one step." Min felt tears run down his face, though he did not know whether they came from fear or anger. The voice outside the tent whispered, "Give it back to me." Then everything went silent. By morning, Min found a new file on his digital recorder. Its name was Daniel_13. He had not created it. He played it. Only his father's voice was on it. "Daniel, do not follow. That is not Paul." Then Daniel answered, "I see a light. Someone is going down." Min's father said, "There is no way down that side." Daniel laughed. "Do you hear them? They are calling me." Then came hurried footsteps, a cabin door flying open, men shouting, rocks falling, water, and finally Min's father, gasping, "I had his hand. I had his hand." A terrible sound followed, like bone against rock. Then his father screamed, "I am sorry." The file ended. Min sat motionless for a long time. Now he understood. His father had not killed Daniel, but he had let go, or he had not been strong enough to pull Daniel back. And for the rest of his life, those footsteps had followed him. Min packed his tent immediately after that. Thin mist clung to the shrubs. The brick chimney stood still under the gray sky. He decided not to enter any cabin, not to play the tape again, and not to learn anything more. But as he crossed the old main street, he saw something lying in front of a collapsed stone wall, a military watch, exactly like Harold's. Min bent to pick it up. The glass was cracked. The hands had stopped at 113. On the back were the initials DK, Daniel Keene. Min's heart pounded. He slipped the watch into his pocket and turned to leave. But from a nearby cabin, the cassette recorder switched on. Tape hiss filled the air. Min spun around. His own cassette recorder was in his backpack. But the sound was coming from inside the cabin. Then Daniel's voice spoke. "Min." He stepped backward. "Min, I know you can hear me." The cabin door opened a little. Inside was black. Daniel said, "Your father did not tell the whole story." Min knew he should not go inside. Everything in him, from reason to instinct, screamed for him to leave at once. But the last sentence pulled him closer. "He did not only let go of me, he took what I found." Min stood before the cabin door. Wind moved behind him like a hand lightly pushing his back. He turned on his flashlight and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of rotten wood, rat droppings, and wet metal. There was an old table, several rusted bed frames, a black stove, empty food cans, and long scratches cut into the wall. In the middle of the floor was a small hole covered by boards. Min pulled the boards away. Under them was a metal box. It looked exactly like the one his father had kept in the garage. Min's hands shook as he opened it. Inside were a leather notebook, a few dark silver coins, a piece of map, and a Polaroid photograph. The photograph showed Daniel, Rick, Paul, and Hui standing beside the chimney. But behind them, on the main street, stood many blurred figures. They wore 19th century clothes, wide-brimmed hats, long coats, old dresses, dirty aprons. Some had no faces, only darkness where a face should have been. On the edge of the photograph, someone had written, "They walk when silver is moved." Min opened the notebook. The first page was Daniel's handwriting. October 18th, 1983. Hui found a hidden compartment under the cabin floor. Inside were silver bars, mine papers, and a list of the people who died in the 1876 flood. Rick wants to carry the silver down. Hui says not to touch it. Paul says nobody owns the property of the dead. That night, the footsteps started. Min turned the page. October 19th. We heard people walking outside the cabin all night. Hui says the dead do not wander. They follow what has been taken from them. Rick hid a few silver coins in his pocket. Paul did too. I took nothing, but I saw Hui put a small piece of metal into his toolbox. Min swallowed. A small piece of metal. He remembered the blackened silver coin with a hole in the center that had been inside his father's metal box. His father had forbidden him to touch it. The last page of the notebook held only a few crooked lines. If I do not come back, do not completely trust Hui. Not because he is evil, but because the town has learned his voice. Min was reading the last sentence again when the cabin door slammed shut. The flashlight went out. In the darkness, footsteps sounded directly behind him. A voice spoke in Vietnamese. "Son." Min stopped breathing. It was his father's voice. Not the voice on the tape. Not the voice in memory. His living father's voice. Rough, tired, trembling slightly at the end of the word. "Min, turn around and look at me." Tears filled Min's eyes. He did not turn. His father's voice softened. "I am sorry. I did not want you to know." Min clenched his jaw. His mother had warned him. If someone calls your name on that mountain, do not answer in Vietnamese. His father's voice continued. "I am so cold. Can you help me down the mountain?" The footsteps came closer. Min felt cold breath touch the back of his neck. He spoke in English, his voice shaking but clear. "You are not my father." The cabin trembled. A long shriek filled the dark. It was not human. It was not wind. It sounded like the whole town exhaling through rotten cracks in the wood. The flashlight came back on. Min spun around. No one was there. But the scratches on the wall had changed. They were no longer random marks. They formed a sentence. "One must stay." Min ran out of the cabin. Outside, Panamint City no longer looked like itself. Thick mist covered the ruins. The wooden cabins appeared and vanished as if being pulled back and forth between two eras. The old main street became clearer, wider, and more crowded inside the fog. There was the sound of horses, wagon wheels, a piano playing out of rhythm inside a saloon that no longer existed. Then Min saw them, the people of Panamint City. They stood on both sides of the main street. None of them moved. Dozens of people, maybe hundreds. Their faces were gray as ash. Their clothes were soaked. Their hair clung to their foreheads. Some had mud in their mouths. A woman held a small child against her chest, but the child was only a bundle of black cloth dripping water. A man in a blacksmith's apron had empty eye sockets. A boy of about 10 held a dented tin can filled with small silver pieces. All of them looked at Min, not with eyes, with silence. At the far end of the road, beneath the chimney, 3 men stood apart. Rick, Paul, and Daniel. Min recognized Daniel from the photograph. But his face was pale blue, his lips purple, his hair wet and pressed flat as if he had just been pulled from a flood. Daniel stepped forward. Every footstep left a wet mark on dry ground. "Your father came down the mountain," Daniel said, "but he carried part of the town with him, so the town followed him." "He is dead," Min replied. "His body is dead. Debt is not. What do you want?" Daniel looked at the box in Min's hands. "Return the silver to where it belongs." Min opened the box. Inside were only the notebook and a few coins. "Is that all?" Daniel did not answer immediately. Behind Min, his father's voice sounded again. "Do not trust him." Min turned. This time, his father was truly there. He wore the old jacket from the 1983 photograph. His face was younger than it had been when he died, but his eyes were old, very old. "Dad," Min whispered. His father stepped forward, but the figures on both sides of the road moved back as if afraid of him. "Min, listen to me." Daniel was not innocent. Daniel gave a dry laugh. "You are still saying that after 40 years? Min's father looked at him. "You took the list. Because I wanted to tell their families. You wanted to sell it." Daniel fell silent. Min looked between them. "What list?" His father spoke quickly. "After the flood of 1876, not all of the dead were recorded. Some were buried in mud, inside mine shafts, inside saloons. The mine owners hid the true number so they would not have to pay compensation. That list held their names. Real names, ages, wages still owed, silver still owed, lives still owed." Daniel growled. "And you took it first. To hide it. To keep the silver for yourself." "No!" Hui shouted. The shout echoed against the mountain walls and became the sound of rushing water. He turned to Min. "I took one coin. Just one. I was poor. I was afraid. I thought the dead did not need it. But the list, I did not take the list." Daniel took the list. Rick and Paul took silver. Then the footsteps began. Daniel advanced. "You left me behind. You ran after the voice. It called with my mother's voice. No, it called with the voice of your greed." The mist trembled. The figures on both sides of the road began to move. Together, they took one step toward Min. One step. Then stopped. Daniel looked at Min. "Do you see? The town does not care who was right or wrong. It only needs the count to be complete." "What count?" On the night of the 1876 flood, 137 people died, but only 136 names were returned. One person was erased from the list. Since then, Panamint City has always been missing one footstep among the dead. Min went cold. "And you want me to stay in their place?" Daniel did not deny it. His father said, "No. He wants you because you carry my blood. If you stay, my debt ends. But that is not the only way." "What is the other way?" His father looked at the box. "Find the erased name." Daniel roared. "Don't!" The whole town shook. Fine cracks opened in the ground beneath Min's feet. From them, muddy water began to rise, even though the mountain around them was dry. His father shouted, "In the chimney!" Min had no time to ask. He ran. Behind him, the footsteps exploded like hail. Hundreds of people began to follow. They did not run. They only walked. But each step made the distance shrink unnaturally, as if the road were folding under their feet. Min rushed through the ruins, slipped on wet stone, and kept the metal box clutched against his chest. The red brick chimney appeared ahead, tall and black inside the mist. At its base was a small hollow blocked with stone. Min dropped to his knees and dug with his hands. His fingernails split. Rock cut his skin. The footsteps behind him came closer. He pulled out a loose brick. Inside was a small metal tube. Min tore off the cap. Inside the tube was a decaying piece of oil paper wrapped around a silver coin with a hole through it. On the paper was a list of names. The writing was faded, many lines blurred by water, but the final line had been scraped away with a knife. Min took out his phone for light. The screen suddenly came on even though the battery had died before. He studied the scraped line. He could not read it. Behind him, Daniel stood only a few yards away. "Give it to me." Min stepped back. Daniel smiled. His face began to change. Skin peeled away like wet paper. Underneath was not bone, but black mud and broken silver. "Do you think I am trapped here because I died?" Daniel said. "No, I am trapped because I was the first to understand its rule." "What rule?" "The person whose name was erased cannot leave the town. But if another person's name is written into the list, the erased one can walk out in their place." Min looked at his father. Hui stood far away, held back by the figures of the dead. "Min!" his father shouted. "Do not let him write your name." Daniel raised his hand. In it was a small rusted knife. Min looked down at the oil paper. The final line had not been erased completely. Under the phone light, a few sunken strokes appeared. Not Daniel's name, not Rick's, not Paul's. The name was Elias Keene. Min looked up. "Who is Elias Keene?" Daniel froze. For the first time, fear showed on his face. Min remembered Harold's words. He had said only that his brother Daniel disappeared. He had never mentioned Elias. Hui gasped. "Read that name aloud." Daniel lunged. Min twisted aside. The knife grazed his cheek. He fell, but he kept the paper in his hand. Daniel came down over him, his mouth opening too wide, filled with the sound of water. Min shouted, "Elias Keene!" The entire town went still. The footsteps stopped. Daniel stiffened. Min shouted again, "Elias Keene!" The man erased from the list. The chimney shook. From beneath the ground came a knock. The earth split beneath Daniel's feet. Black water burst upward. Daniel screamed, but his voice was no longer that of a young man. It became many voices layered together. Daniel, Harold, an old man, a child, a woman choking on water. "No, I found a way down." From the mist, a figure stepped forward. A 19th century miner covered in mud, with a small metal plate on his chest bearing the name, Elias Keene. He walked very slowly. Then he stood before Daniel. Daniel backed away, trembling. "You are dead." The figure tilted his head. His mouth opened, and water spilled down his chin. "And you," he said, "have borrowed my name for too long." He placed a hand on Daniel's shoulder. Daniel dissolved into water, mud, and silver coins that struck the ground with bright little sounds. At the same time, the figures on both sides of the road turned away. One by one, they began walking toward the chimney, stepping into the mist and disappearing. Hui was the last to remain. Min ran to him. "Dad!" His father looked at him. His face seemed younger, then more tired, then unbearably sad. "I am sorry," Min cried. "You tried to pull him back." "I tried, but I also took the coin." He looked at the whole silver coin in Min's hand. "Even one coin is enough for the dead to remember the road home. I will put it back." Hui smiled faintly. "No. You returned the name. That is what they needed." The mist began to take him. Min shouted, "Do you want me to tell Mom anything?" His father looked down the old road. "Tell your mother. Tonight, I will not walk around the house anymore." Then he vanished. Only the wind remained. And for the first time since Min had climbed the mountain, Panamint City was truly silent. Min came down the mountain the next morning. He did not clearly remember how. There were sections that should have taken hours, but all he remembered was white stone, water under his boots, and the feeling that someone was walking behind him, not chasing him, only seeing him off. When he reached Ballarat, Willard was sitting on the porch as if he had been waiting. He looked at Min, then at the metal box in his hand. "How many footsteps did you hear?" Min answered, "None anymore." Willard nodded. Then someone remembered the name. Min did not ask how he knew. He drove straight to Ridgecrest and called Harold Keene. No one answered. He called a second time, the third. Finally, a woman he did not know picked up. She said Harold Keene had passed away during the night, peacefully, sitting in his armchair, holding an old photograph. Min asked whether she knew anyone named Elias Keene. The woman went silent. Then she said, "That was our great-great-grandfather." The family said he died in a flood in a mining town, but his name was never found in the records. Min closed his eyes. He said nothing more. 3 days later, Min sent the Keene family a digital copy of Daniel's notebook, the restored fragment of the list, and photographs of the silver coin. He did not send the tape. The tape was blank now. No footsteps, no Daniel, no father's voice, only wind. A week later, Min went to San Jose to visit his mother. That night, they sat in the kitchen for a long time. Min told her everything, leaving out the parts too impossible to believe, but his mother understood anyway. She did not cry much. She only sat quietly with one hand resting on her old wedding ring. Around midnight, 3 knocks came from the back door. Min stood up sharply. His mother held his hand. "It's all right," she said. She walked to the door and opened it. No one stood outside. Only a silver coin lay on the threshold. A blackened coin with a hole in its center. But this time it was not cold. Min's mother bent down, picked up the coin, held it against her chest, and whispered in Vietnamese, "You made it home, didn't you?" The night wind moved through the garden. There were no footsteps. Years later, Min never returned to Panamint City. He quit restoring old recordings and moved into post-production for nature documentaries. He did not accept cassettes, tapes, or any project involving ghost towns or unexplained audio. But sometimes, on quiet nights, he still opened the last file his recorder had created on the mountain. The file was only 13 seconds long. There were no ghosts, no screaming, no footsteps. Only his father's voice, very far away, very faint, as if rising from the other side of a mist-filled canyon. "Do not be afraid, son. This time, I know the way down." Min never played that file for anyone, except once. When his mother died, he placed his phone beside her coffin and played the audio softly. No one in the room heard anything except light static. But Min saw the corners of his mother's mouth, already cold and stiff, seemed to soften. After the funeral, he went home alone. On his desk lay an envelope with no sender's name. Inside was his father's old Surprise Canyon map. The red X near Panamint City had vanished. The words "do not follow the steps" were gone too. In their place, along the lower edge of the map, was a new line of writing. His father's handwriting, shaky, but clear. Some towns are not haunted because people died there. They are haunted because someone was forgotten. Min folded the map, placed it in the metal box, and locked it away. He thought everything had ended, until one winter morning, when he received an email from a stranger. The email had no subject, no greeting, only an attached audio file and one sentence. "Do you restore old audio recordings? I just came back from Panamint City. In this file, there is a man's voice calling your name." Min stared at the screen for a long time. Then the audio file played by itself. First, there was wind, then falling stones. Then a familiar voice spoke. Not his father's, not Daniel's, not Harold's. It was Min's own voice, but older, more exhausted, whispering from somewhere very far away. "Do not come up here again. I stayed behind for you." In the hallway outside the apartment, the lights flickered. Once, twice, 3 times. Then, from behind the closed door, Min heard the first footstep. Slow, heavy, coming up the stairs. 1 step at a time. If you heard footsteps after the story ended, do not turn around too quickly. Some places are not haunted because people died there. They are haunted because someone was forgotten. If this story pulled you into the dark, subscribe to Infinite Story Realm for more cinematic true location horror, ghost towns, cursed places, and supernatural mysteries from around the world. Leave a comment with the place you want us to investigate next. And tonight, before you sleep, listen to the hallway outside your room. If you hear 3 knocks, remember, not every visitor is asking to come in. Some are asking who will stay behind. Have you ever stood beside a waterfall and wondered where the water goes? At Devil's Kettle in northern Minnesota, 1/2 of the Brule River falls like any normal waterfall. The other half disappears into a dark hole in the rock. Science says the water comes back somewhere downstream. But what if the water was never the thing that vanished? Tonight's story follows an ordinary sound recordist who visits Devil's Kettle for a simple job: capture clean audio of the falls for a documentary podcast. But the deeper he listens, the more the river begins
to listen back.
And by the end, he will learn that the kettle does not drink water. Drinks
Names.
Devil's Kettle is a waterfall on the Brule River in Judge C. R. Magny State Park, Minnesota, where the river splits in 2. One branch continues downstream, while the other plunges into a deep rock hole. In 2017, hydrologists from the Minnesota DNR concluded that the water doesn't actually disappear, but rather flows underground before rejoining the river below the falls. The following story uses that very scientific explanation as a smokescreen for supernatural elements. Fall never arrives gently on the north shore of Lake Superior. It does not come like the soft autumns printed on postcards, where yellow leaves drift across quiet sidewalks and people walk under pale sunlight in warm sweaters. Up in the far north of Minnesota, fall arrives like a warning. The wind coming off Lake Superior is cold enough to numb a man's spine after a single breath. The black spruce grows darker. The maple leaves burn red like hidden coals. And the roads leading into the state parks begin to empty out long before the first snow. At the end of October that year, and Lou drove his old Subaru north along Highway 61, past Grand Marais, past the small gas stations, past faded motel signs, and toward the deep woods near Hovland. Stopwatch 0.8s. He was not an explorer. He was not a ghost hunter. And he was not the kind of person who went looking for places with names that sounded like curses, and was just a freelance sound technician. He recorded natural sound for travel channels, true crime podcasts, and low-budget documentary projects. He lived in Duluth, in a second-floor apartment overlooking the back parking lot of a grocery store. His work was so ordinary that sometimes he felt like he was becoming a shadow behind a microphone. Set up the stand, check the battery, write down the time, and wait for wind, water, insects, or footsteps to do their part. But this job was different. The woman who hired him was named Mara Bell. She was an editor for a popular science podcast in Minneapolis. Their new episode had a title that was made for curiosity: Mysteries That Were Solved. The first episode would focus on Devil's Kettle, the strange waterfall inside Judge C. R. Magny State Park, where the Brule River splits in two. One side falls like an ordinary waterfall. The other side pours into a dark hole in the rock and seems to disappear. Stopwatch 1.0s. Mara told an over the phone that science had already explained it. The water did not vanish. It flowed underground and returned to the river somewhere below the falls. We want to open with real location audio, Mara said. Water, forest, footsteps on the wooden stairs. I only need about 30 minutes of clean field sound. No music, no narration. The colder and emptier it feels, the better. And joked, "You don't need me to throw ping pong balls into the hole, right?" There was a short silence on the other end of the line. Then Mara laughed. "Please don't do anything stupid. Just record. Just record." That was what he told himself when he turned into the state park. The parking lot was almost empty. A moss green pickup truck was parked close to the trees. Farther away, a park service vehicle sat with wet leaves stuck across its windshield. The sky hung low, like a gray blanket pressing the entire forest down into tired light. The wind carried the smell of rotting leaves, pine resin, and cold water, and turned off the engine. For one moment, before he opened the door, he heard something strange. Not wind, not water, a swallow, very soft, as if someone had taken a long drink of water right beside his ear. Stopwatch 1.2s, and sat still, one hand on the key. The sound vanished. He looked in the rearview mirror. Behind the car there was only the wet road, gray tree trunks, and the deep forest standing motionless, as if it were holding its breath. He laughed under his breath. "Let's work." He zipped up his jacket, swung his equipment backpack over one shoulder, and picked up his tripod and windshielded recorder. Before entering the trail, he saw the park notice board. It held a map, weather warnings, safety rules, and a freshly pinned sheet of paper. It was not an official notice. It was a black and white printout, the ink blurred slightly by moisture. "Do not throw anything into the kettle. Not everything that falls in belongs to you." Stopwatch 1.0s, and frowned. There was no signature. He reached out to pull the paper down and look at it more closely, but a voice spoke behind him. "Leave it," and turned. An older man stood a few steps away. He wore a dark brown jacket and a gray knit cap. His face was thin, his beard almost completely white, and his pale blue eyes looked deep and tired. A park name tag was clipped to his chest. "Cal Rusk. You scared me," and said. The man did not apologize. He only looked at the paper, then at an, "You're the sound guy?" "Yes, and Lou, I have a permit for field recording today," and started to reach into his bag for the paperwork, but Cal waved it off. "I know, the office told me. I just wanted to remind you of a few things before you go up there. Don't cross the barriers, don't throw anything into the falls, and don't stay after dark." Cal looked at him for a little too long. "And don't answer if you hear someone call your name." Stopwatch 1.0s, and laughed lightly, waiting for the old man to laugh with him. Cal did not. "You're serious? Water plays tricks with sound here," Cal said. "In the gorge, a voice ahead of you can come back from behind you. Wind can sound like a person calling. The falls can sound like speech. Just call it a safety tip. And nodded, though he still found it ridiculous. I'll remember. Cal tilted his head toward the recorder in Anne's hand. How long are you planning to record? About an hour. I want enough layers. Maybe some footsteps on the trail too. Don't record the silence. And stopped. What does that mean? Cal answered slowly. If you get up there and the waterfall suddenly goes quiet, don't turn on your recorder. Don't try to capture it. Come back down right away. This time and did not laugh. There was something in the old man's voice that made the surrounding forest feel colder. Still, and had met plenty of locals who liked scaring visitors. Every waterfall, cave, cemetery, and old house had someone who knew the truth outsiders never heard, and thanked him and started up the trail. The path to Devil's Kettle was a little more than a mile, not difficult in dry weather. That day the soil was damp, the roots were slick, and the wooden steps were covered with rotting leaves, and walked slowly, partly to protect the equipment and partly to listen. At the beginning, the forest was open. Gray light filtered through the branches in thin silver strips. The distant sound of Lake Superior sat beneath everything like a deep, steady note. The farther and walked, the clearer the Brule River became. At first, it was only a murmur under the earth. Then it grew louder, quicker, like someone speaking very fast behind the trees. Stopwatch 0.8s, and stopped several times to record ambience. He mounted the microphone, checked his levels, and wrote in his notes, Devil's Kettle Trail, forest approach, light wind, distant water. With headphones covering his ears, the outside world became sharper. Wet leaves crushed under his boots. His jacket brushed against the strap of his bag. A crow called somewhere far away. Water moved in the valley below. Then, inside his headphones, a child's voice whispered, "Bah!" and ripped the headphones off. The forest was silent. Only wind. He turned and looked around. No one. He stood there for almost a full minute, his heartbeat loud in his chest. Then he scolded himself. Good headphones could pull distant sounds close and twist them into shapes the brain wanted to recognize. It might have been a bird, a branch, his own jacket, anything, but the voice had sounded exactly like Mia, his daughter. Mia was 7 years old and lived with her mother in Minneapolis after N and his ex-wife divorced. She called him Ba in Vietnamese, even though she only knew a few simple phrases. Every weekend, and called her on video. Every time the call ended, he felt as if he had placed a part of his life inside a small box and closed the lid. He checked his phone. No signal, no missed calls. He put the headphones back on and replayed the recording. Only forest, no child. And exhaled, pushed the sound out of his mind, and kept walking. When it reached the Devil's Kettle area, the trail descended through a long series of wooden steps. The sound of the water was no longer background noise. It was a wall, a weight, a constant roar pressing against his chest. The trees opened, and the waterfall appeared below. Stopwatch 1.0s. The Brule River rushed toward the edge of the rock and split in two. One branch dropped into the gorge in a white, crashing sheet, throwing mist into the black pool below. The other branch slid across dark red stone and disappeared into a round, deep, black mouth, as if the rock itself had opened its throat to swallow the river. Devil's Kettle. Even though Anne had seen photographs of it many times, his throat went dry. Not because the falls were beautiful, because the hole did not look like a natural drain. It looked like a mouth that was drinking, and set up his equipment near the viewing rail and chose an angle protected from the wind. He turned the recorder on and watched the waveform move steadily across the screen. The waterfall was thick with sound. Water falling, water striking stone, water turning in hidden currents, wind being pulled into the hole. the low vibration of the rock beneath his boots. The first 10 minutes were excellent. Then someone stood beside him. Stopwatch 0.8s, and did not hear footsteps. He only felt another presence to his left, close to the railing. It was a young woman, maybe in her early 30s. She wore a yellow raincoat, her brown hair tied low behind her neck. She held a small notebook wrapped in plastic and had an old camera hanging against her chest. "Are you recording?" she asked, and lifted one side of his headphones. "Yes. Sorry if the equipment is in your way." "It's fine. I thought I was the only one up here today." "I thought the same thing," she smiled. "I'm Nora," and they shook hands over the wet wooden rail. Her hand was cold, as if it had just been held underwater. "Are you here alone?" and asked. "Not exactly," and waited for more, but she only opened the notebook and wrote something in pencil. "Are you a researcher?" "No, I'm looking for my brother." The answer made him go quiet. Nora continued in a calm voice. "He disappeared here 14 years ago," and looked at her, then at the forest, the waterfall, the railing, the wooden stairs. A place that had seemed beautiful a moment earlier suddenly felt narrow, as if something invisible had closed around them. "I'm sorry," and said. Nora nodded slightly. "They never found his body. They never found his backpack. They never found his camera. Only his car in the parking lot. The police said he probably fell into the river. But water around here is very good at keeping secrets." And did not know what to say. Nora looked at his microphone. "Have you heard about the things people used to throw into the kettle? Ping pong balls, dye, logs, things like that? Wedding rings, ashes, baby teeth, cassette tapes. Someone once threw in a mailbox that belonged to her ex-husband. A group of college students dropped in a phone with the GPS turned on. People thought they were testing the water. But really," she stopped. "Really, they were making offerings." And looked at her more closely. Something was wrong. Not with what she said, but with the way she stood so close to the rail, so close to the edge, while her empty eyes stayed fixed on the dark hole. "Offerings to what?" and asked. Nora turned to him. "You haven't heard the oldest version?" "I've heard the scientific one. The scientific version says the water returns to the river. The old version says water was never what it needed to drink." A gust of wind pushed mist against his face. Nora lowered her voice. "It drinks what falls with the water." Stopwatch 1.2s, and felt uncomfortable. He had met plenty of people who loved folklore, but this woman did not sound like she was telling a story to impress him. She sounded like someone who had repeated the same sentence too many times, until it had become part of her breathing. "What was your brother's name?" and asked. Nora looked at him. "Eli." The moment the name left her mouth, and's recorder emitted a thin, sharp whine. The screen flickered, the waveform jumped, and bent down quickly to check it. The battery was full. The memory card was fine. But in his headphones, beneath the roar of the falls, there was a man's voice far away. The words were not clear. It sounded like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. Nora stood completely still. "Do you hear it?" and pulled the headphones off. "Interference. Not interference." She stared into the black hole. "It remembers names," and turned off the recorder. The whining stopped instantly. For a few seconds, beneath the enormous sound of the waterfall, and heard something else. A swallow. This time it was clearer. It did not come from the headphones. It came from the hole itself. Nora closed her eyes. "It's time." Time for what? She did not answer. Instead, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small object, an old cassette tape, and stepped closer. "Don't throw anything down there." Nora gave him a sad smile. "Do you think I want to?" She handed him the tape. On the faded paper label, one line had been written by hand. Eli, October 27th, last recording. And looked at the tape, then at Nora. This belonged to your brother? No. I found it in my mailbox 3 days ago. You mean someone mailed it to you? No stamp, no return address. It was just lying inside the mailbox, soaking wet. But the tape inside was completely dry. A cold feeling moved along Anne's shoulders. Have you listened to it? Nora shook her head. I don't have a cassette player anymore, and had one in his car, an old cassette deck he used for analog audio restoration. The reason was simple. Many podcast clients sent him old tapes, family recordings, local archives, things that had to be digitized. I have a player in my car, he said. If you want dash. Nora turned sharply. Do not play it here. Then in the parking lot. No. Her voice tightened. Do not play it near water. And began to regret starting the conversation. But then Nora spoke more softly. Can you help me? Just digitize it. I need to know if his voice is still on it. It was too human a request. Too ordinary. And that ordinary pain was the reason and could not refuse. He nodded. Okay, but I need to finish recording first. It's my job. You shouldn't keep recording. I only need a few more takes. Nora looked as if she wanted to say more, but then she closed her notebook. Then don't call anyone by name. Don't mention anyone you love. Don't say anything you want to keep. You're making this sound like a cheap horror movie. Nora did not get angry. She only said, at least horror movies show the audience what the monster looks like. Then she turned and started down the wooden steps, and stayed alone beside the falls. He watched until the yellow raincoat disappeared between the trees. Then he turned the recorder back on. First, everything was normal. Water, wind, the distant snap of a breaking branch. And changed the microphone position and tried recording closer to the ground, hoping to capture the vibration through the stone. He crouched to check a cable. Then Mia's voice sounded again in his headphones. Bah! And froze. This time there was no mistake. It was his daughter's voice, close enough to be standing behind him. Bah! I'm cold. And spun around. No one. The rail was empty. The steps were empty. The forest was empty. But inside the headphones, Mia continued. Bah looked down. Every hair on Anne's neck rose. He took the headphones off, but the voice was still there. Very soft, mixed into the waterfall. Bah looked down and stepped back from the railing. No, he said, not sure who he was speaking to. The recorder was still running. The waveform moved steadily across the screen. Then a new file name appeared, even though he had not typed anything. MIA_water_01.wave. Stopwatch 1.2s. And cursed and turned the recorder off. The screen went dark. The voice vanished. At the same moment, the waterfall went silent. It did not grow quieter. The wind did not change direction. It went completely silent. A massive body of water was still falling onto the rocks in front of him, but for several seconds, no sound came from it at all, and could hear his own heartbeat, his breathing, a drop of water falling from his hair onto his collar. Then, from inside Devil's Kettle, someone whispered, and he did not run immediately. That was what he regretted most later. He stood still for one more second. Only 1 second, because in that moment, the voice no longer sounded like Mia. It sounded like his mother. His mother had died 6 years earlier after a stroke in California. She had never been to Minnesota. She had never heard of Devil's Kettle. But her voice was there, beneath the rock, gentle and tired like the last night in the hospital. And his eyes burned. And he almost answered. Almost. A freezing hand grabbed his wrist and yanked him backward. The sound of the waterfall crashed back like the sky collapsing. Stopwatch 1.0s and fell hard onto the observation platform, pain shooting through his back. Cal Rusk stood over him, breathing heavily. "I told you not to answer," and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Cal pulled him to his feet. "Pack your equipment. We're going down now. Did you hear that?" and asked. Cal looked at the dark hole. "I've heard it since I was 17. He helped and gather the equipment with the speed of a man who had done this too many times before. When he reached for the recorder, the screen lit by itself, even though it had been turned off. A new file sat on the memory card. Cal_Rusk_1979.wave. Cal saw it too. His old face went pale. "Give me the card. This is my equipment. Give me the card, Mr. Liu. You know what this is?" Cal did not answer. He snatched the recorder from Anne's hand, opened the card slot, pulled out the memory card, and threw it toward the hole. But the card did not simply fall into the water. For one brief instant, it hung in the air, as if caught by an invisible breath. Then it vanished into the blackness of the kettle, and stared. Cal turned back to him. "Now we leave." They descended the trail almost at a run. The forest was growing dark faster than it should have. The tree trunks on both sides seemed to draw closer together. The sound of the waterfall still roared behind them, but the farther they walked, the less it seemed to fade. It followed them, rolling under the earth, crawling through roots, entering bone. "Where's Nora?" and asked when they were about halfway down. Cal stopped. "What Nora?" "The woman in the yellow raincoat. She said her brother disappeared here." Cal turned his head slowly. "You met her at the falls?" "Yes, she left before us." Cal was silent long enough for Anne to hear the wind cutting through his jacket. Was her full name Nora Bell? And tried to remember. She only said Nora, but the woman who hired me is Mara Bell. Are they related? Cal closed his eyes. God help us. Tell me what's going on. Cal looked around the forest as if he were afraid something was listening. Nora Bell died in 2011 and felt the air leave his lungs. That's impossible. I just spoke to her. She jumped into the kettle after her brother disappeared. They found her yellow raincoat caught on a branch downstream. They never found her body, and shook his head. No, she gave me this. He reached into his jacket pocket. The cassette tape was still there, but it was wet, soaking wet. Water ran between his fingers, cold as ice. Cal looked at the tape the way a man looks at a snake. Did you play it? No, don't. The woman who hired me is Mara Bell. Same last name. Cal said very quietly, Mara is the youngest sister, and remembered Mara's voice on the phone. Professional, calm, a little cold. She had said the project was about mysteries that had been solved. She told him to just record. She laughed when he joked about ping pong balls. But she never told him her family had lost people there. Does she know about this? And asked. Cal did not answer. He only walked faster. When they reached the parking lot, the sky was almost dark. Anne's car sat alone in the gray evening light. The moss green pickup was still there. So was the park vehicle. Cal opened the park vehicle and pulled an old satellite phone from the glove compartment. Drive back to Duluth now, he said. Don't stop in Grand Marais. Don't play that tape. Don't call Maribel until you are out of this area. You think I'm just going to leave? You should, if you still want to remember your daughter's face. The sentence struck Anne like a fist. What do you know about my daughter? Cal looked at him with tired eyes. It doesn't know. Takes what is already in your head. Voices you remember, names you love, the things that would make you turn around, and tightened his grip on the wet cassette. Then what is it? Cal looked toward the forest. The Ojibwe people around this region have old stories about water, stone, and places where names should not be spoken. But the thing in the kettle does not need an ancient name to exist. Maybe it is only a crack in the rock, an air pocket, a sound phenomenon, or maybe it is something that has lived in pressure and darkness since before humans named the river. I don't know, but you believe it is alive? Cal looked at him. I believe it is hungry. Stopwatch 1.2s. A hard gust of wind swept across the parking lot, spinning dead leaves around their feet. Far back in the forest, the waterfall suddenly grew quieter. Cal stiffened. Get in the car. But before he could open the door, his phone vibrated in his pocket. There was no signal. Still, the phone vibrated. The screen showed an incoming call. Maribel, and looked at Cal. Cal shook his head. Don't answer. The phone vibrated again. A third time. Then the call opened by itself on speaker. Mara's voice came through, distorted by static. Mr. Liu, are you still there? Cal grabbed for the phone, but the sound grew louder. And listen to me. If you met Nora, don't trust her. A cold line ran down his spine. Mara, Cal shouted. Turn it off. But Mara kept talking faster now. Nora wasn't a victim. Eli wasn't either. They opened it. The phone went dead. At the same time, the headlights of the moss green pickup truck turned on across the lot. And then Cal spun toward it. No one was inside. The engine was not running. Only two yellow beams of light stared straight at them. Then the radio inside the truck turned on. An old song came out, warped and slow, like tape being pulled apart. Between the broken notes, a young man's voice laughed. Cal stepped backward. Eli, the driver's door opened. The seat was empty, but on the passenger seat sat an old camera. The same kind Nora had been wearing around her neck. Cal whispered, impossible, and should have run. Part of him knew that, but the cassette in his pocket felt heavy as stone. Mara's sentence kept circling in his mind. They opened it. He took a step toward the truck. Cal grabbed his shoulder. What are you doing? I need to know how this connects to the woman who hired me. No, you need to live. You threw my memory card into the hole because it recorded my name. Then you were there too. In 1979, Cal let go. The old man's face no longer looked like the face of a strict park employee. It was the face of someone who had been running for too long and had just heard the right name spoken behind him. And asked, "Did you know Eli?" Cal did not answer, but his silence was enough. The radio inside the pickup hissed louder. The young man's voice broke through the static. Cal, do you still have the key? Cal closed his eyes and looked at him. The key to what? Cal whispered. The old gauging station. What station? Downstream. We used to place water monitoring equipment there before the official measurements, before everyone decided the mystery had been solved. And felt pieces of the story begin to shift, though they had not yet locked into place. What happened in 1979? Cal opened his eyes. In the headlights, they looked almost colorless. We were young, he said. Me, Eli Bell, and a girl named Ruth. We volunteered in the park that summer. Trail checks, trash cleanup, visitor help. Eli became obsessed with the kettle. He did not believe the water returned to the river. He said if everything people threw in disappeared, then maybe what returned was not the same water. That's insane, and said, yes, but one night, Eli brought dye, a tape recorder, rope, and a metal box filled with things from dead people he had collected from families in the area. Hair, rings, photographs, teeth, ashes. He said water was only the carrier. If you wanted to see the mouth open, you had to feed it something with memory. And said nothing. Cal Cal continued. That night, the waterfall went silent, completely silent. Then we heard the dead calling our names from inside the hole. Stopwatch 1.0s. The radio shrieked. Eli's voice laughed softly. You heard it too, Cal. Cal stared at the truck as if he wanted to smash the radio with his bare hands. I ran, he said. Ruth ran too. Eli stayed. By morning, he was gone. The police called it an accident. The Bell family never believed them. Nora grew up with that story and came back here in 2011. She disappeared too. What about Ruth? Cal looked away and understood. She disappeared too? No, Cal said. She lived, got married, had children, changed her name, and asked slowly, Ruth Bell. Cal looked at him. Ruth was Nora, Eli, and Mara's mother. The wind stopped. For one moment, the entire parking lot was perfectly still. No leaves, no birds, no waterfall, only the radio in the pickup, and Eli's voice. Mara wants to finish what her mother started. Anne's phone lit up again. A text message appeared. No signal, no network, only one line from Mara. I did not hire you to record the water. I hired you so it could learn your voice, and felt his stomach tighten. Cal snatched the phone from his hand, threw it to the ground, and crushed it under his boot. But it was too late. From the forest, the sound of the waterfall disappeared. A vast silence poured into the parking lot like black water. Then Mia's voice came from the trail. Bah! And turned. Between two trees at the trail entrance stood a small figure in the dying light. Pink jacket, yellow boots, hair tied in two little bunches. Mia, and knew it could not be real. His daughter was in Minneapolis, hundreds of miles away. But his body reacted before reason could stop it. He took one step toward her. Cal blocked him. That is not your daughter. The small figure at the edge of the woods trembled. Bah, I'm cold, and shut his eyes and clenched his fists until they hurt. Do not answer. Do not answer. But the child began to cry. His child's cry. Bah, don't leave me, and opened his eyes. The little figure was no longer standing still. She was backing into the trail, as if about to disappear, and ran after her. Stopwatch 1.0s. Cal shouted his name, but it no longer heard him. He rushed into the forest, up the wet wooden steps, through the smell of rotting earth and fading light. The pink jacket appeared and vanished ahead of him, always close enough to follow, never close enough to catch. Stop! And shouted. The forest swallowed his voice. The little figure did not stop. The higher he ran, the more the sound around him bent out of shape. His footsteps multiplied, as if dozens of people were running with him. His breathing echoed from ahead. His heartbeat thudded from under the ground. Then his mother's voice came from the left. You did not come home to see me, and covered his ears. His ex-wife's voice came from the right. You always choose work. Mia's voice came from ahead. Don't you remember my face, Ba? And tripped over a root and hit the mud hard. The cassette tape slipped from his pocket and slid across wet leaves. It began to turn. No machine. No power. The tape turned by itself and played a low hiss. Then a young man's voice came out of it. October 27th. Eli Bell. If anyone hears this, it means the water returned something it could not digest, and crawled backward from the tape. Eli continued. We were wrong. The kettle is not a drainage path. It is a throat. The water passes through it to keep it open. But what feeds it is memory. Names. Voices. The little things people throw away because they think they are small. The leaves around and trembled, though there was no wind. The first time it eats a name, the person does not die immediately. They begin to be forgotten. Photographs blur. Paperwork changes. People misremember. At the end, the world makes room for a different version, as if that person never existed, and went cold. Ruth thought we could close it by giving it enough memory to choke on. I thought I could record it. Cal wanted to leave. I called its name. That was the mistake. The tape hissed louder. Eli's voice dropped. If it calls you with the voice of someone you love, do not answer. If it shows you someone you lost, do not look too long. If you hear the waterfall go silent, it means it is listening back. Stopwatch 2.0s. Then Eli spoke as if he were right beside him. And if you are holding this tape, then Mara found a replacement. The tape stopped and sat frozen on the dark trail. Ahead of him, the figure of Mia had vanished. In her place stood Nora on the upper steps, her yellow raincoat soaked dark, her hair stuck to her face. You listened, she said, and rose slowly. You're not Nora. She tilted her head. I was Nora. What do you want? Out. Out of the kettle? Nora smiled. Out of the water's memory. Behind him, Cal came running up the trail, breathing hard, a rescue axe in his hand. Nora, he said. Nora looked at him. Uncle Cal got old. Cal trembled. I'm sorry. You ran. Yes. You left Eli to call it alone. Yes. You let my mother live with that thing in her head until she could not remember her own children's names. Cal could not speak, and looked at both of them and finally understood the most terrifying part. Mara does not want to end this, he said. She wants her family back. Nora turned to him. Mara does not remember our mother's face. She does not remember Eli's voice. She does not remember what I looked like. The water took it piece by piece, but it did not erase everything, kept us underneath. If the mouth opens wide enough, if a new voice leads the way, we can be pulled out. A new voice? Nora looked at him gently. Your voice is very clean, very clear. Your recorder captures frequencies ordinary people cannot hear. Cal shouted. She is lying. Nobody comes out. Nora did not look at him. It already knows your name and it knows your mother's voice, your daughter's voice. Sooner or later, it will call long enough for you to answer. But if you help me, I can keep it away from Mia. Anne's throat tightened. Do not say her name. Nora stepped down one stair. It already knows. At that moment, a sound came from the direction of the falls. Not water, a deep inhale, as if the entire gorge had drawn air into its lungs. Stopwatch 1.2s. Cal grabbed Anne's arm. Run down to the car. Now. But the trail below had changed. The wooden stairs that should have led down to the parking lot now stretched endlessly into darkness. The trees on both sides leaned together into a narrow corridor. Far below, instead of headlights, and saw black water shining. Nora whispered, "Too late." Cal lifted the axe. Not too late. He rushed at Nora, but the axe passed through her as if through mist. Her body scattered into a pale yellow fog, then reformed behind him. From the forest came many voices at once. Cal, Calvin, Uncle Cal, coward. Cal clutched his head and fell to one knee, and pulled him up. Do you have the key to the gauging station? Cal looked at him, stunned. What? Eli asked if you still had the key. The old station downstream. What's inside? Cal struggled to breathe. Pumps, an auxiliary release gate, old measuring equipment connected to a test pipe. It hasn't been used in years. What can we do with it? Cal understood. No, impossible. Can it redirect the water? Only a small part of it, and we would have to get downstream. That is where the water returns, isn't it? Cal went silent. Nora stood on the wooden stairs, her smile gone. "You should not think about that," and looked at her. For the first time, he saw fear in Nora's eyes. Not fear of him, fear from the thing wearing Nora's shape. "If it needs water to keep its mouth open," and said. "Then cutting the flow, even for a moment, might make it choke." Cal shook his head. "Not long enough. Long enough for us to get out?" Cal looked into the dark forest. "Maybe," Nora spoke, but her voice changed. It was no longer one woman's voice. It was many voices stacked together, wet and deep, and he did not answer. The voice became Mia's. "Bah!" and bit down until he tasted blood. Cal gripped his shoulder. "Don't listen. Follow me." Cal pulled in off the main trail and down a narrow side path almost hidden beneath the trees. They slid over wet stones, grabbed roots, and nearly fell into the gorge more than once. The sound of the waterfall came and went. Each time it vanished, the voices moved closer. En's mother, Mia, his ex-wife, an old friend who had died in a car accident. Even En's own voice, whispering from behind him, "You cannot save anyone." He did not answer. Not once. Stopwatch 0.8s. They reached the old gauging station after dark. It was a small wooden building near the riverbank, covered in moss and vines. The metal sign on the front was so rusted that no one could read it. Cal dug into his pocket and pulled out a ring of old keys. His hand shook badly. 47 years, he said. "I always told myself I kept the key because of procedure," and looked at the black river rolling beside them. "Maybe you kept it for tonight." Cal opened the door. Inside, the station was cold and damp. It smelled of old metal, rotting wood, and dead mice. Analog control panels still hung on the walls, along with needle gauges and a yellowed flow map. A large pipe went down through the floor and ran toward the river. Cal swept the flashlight around. The power is probably dead, and saw a small generator under a tarp. What about that? Cal pulled the tarp away. I don't know if it still runs. It took almost 5 minutes to get the generator started. Those 5 minutes felt like an entire night. Outside, the forest filled with footsteps. Not one person, many people. They circled the building, stepping on wet leaves, dragging something over the ground. Then someone knocked on the door. Mara's voice came from outside. Mr. Liu opened the door. I can explain. And looked at Cal. Cal shook his head. Mara continued. I did not know it would use Mia. I swear. I only needed the recording. I only wanted to hear my sister again. And moved toward the door, but did not open it. Mara, where are you? Right outside. No, you're in Minneapolis. Silence. Then Mara laughed. Not a happy laugh. It sounded like someone being strangled while trying to smile. Then who do you think hired you? The generator suddenly caught. A red light flickered once inside the station, then glowed faintly. The needles on the gauges began to tremble. Cal rushed to the control panel and pulled a lever. Nothing happened. He cursed and struck the panel with his fist. The valve is stuck. The knocking grew louder. Mia's voice said, Bah! I'm scared, and covered his ears. Cal shouted, It needs pressure. Pull lever 3 when I open the manual valve. Which lever? The red one. Cal climbed down through a hatch into the maintenance pit beneath the floor, and stood in front of the control panel, one hand on the red lever. Outside, the knocking stopped. A dead silence filled the station. Then every window went black. Not because of night, because something had pressed itself against the outside. Stopwatch 1.2s. It was a dark, wet surface, shining like stone beneath water. Faces rose out of it. Not clear faces, only hollows where eyes should be. Mouths, human shapes trying to remember what they had been. And saw his mother, not completely, only half of her face, dissolving in black water. She placed a hand against the glass. "My son," and closed his eyes. Tears ran down his face. "I'm sorry," he whispered. He did not know whether he was apologizing to his mother or to himself. From the maintenance pit, Cal shouted, "Pull it," and pulled the red lever. A terrible metallic scream filled the station. The floor shook. The pipe beneath them roared as water was forced into a different channel. Outside, the Brule River suddenly thundered, and the distant waterfall twisted into a warped sound, like an animal choking in the middle of a meal. The faces on the windows distorted. The voices stacked into a storm. "Return the water. Return the names. Return the voices. Return the child," and held the lever down with both hands. Through the chaos, he heard Cal cry out in pain. He looked down into the pit. Black water was surging backward through the valve, wrapping around Cal's legs like living rope. The old man gripped the ladder, his face white. "Don't let go of the lever," Cal shouted. "I'll pull you up. Don't let go." The water climbed to Cal's waist. In the black current, small hands appeared, clinging to his jacket. Children's hands, adult hands, thin, bone-white hands. Cal looked at it. For the first time, he smiled. "I owe Eli one night of staying." "No!" Cal reached into his pocket and threw the key ring onto the floor. "Back door. Follow the pipe to the wooden bridge. Do not look back." The water pulled him under, and released one hand from the lever and almost lunged toward him. Cal screamed with all the strength he had left. "Don't let it learn another name." Then he disappeared below the floor. The black water withdrew with him. The lever kicked in N's hand, but it held. The whole station shuddered. Outside, the faces on the windows melted away. The knocking, the calling, and the crying were dragged far back toward the falls, and stood frozen for a few seconds. Then he ran. The back door opened onto a muddy trail beside the old pipe. He ran through the dark, slipped, fell, got up, and kept going. Behind him, the station gave a deep, low explosion. Red light flashed between the trees. Then the waterfall returned. Loud, violent, normal. When he reached the main road, it was late. His phone was broken. No car, no Cal, no Nora, no cassette. He walked for almost an hour in the dark before a Cook County patrol car found him on the roadside, soaked to the skin, pale and bleeding from his hands where branches and rocks had cut him. When they asked what happened, and said only that he had gotten lost on the trail, he did not mention Nora. He did not mention Cal. He did not mention Mia's voice. He did not mention the thing drinking inside the rock. Because when they brought him to the ranger station, nobody knew a man named Cal Rusk. There was no employee named Cal in the park records. No park vehicle had been in the lot that evening. The moss green pickup did not exist either. When An asked them to check old records, a young employee searched the computer and frowned. He said that in 1979, a volunteer named Calvin Rusk had worked in that area. He disappeared in late October, the same day as Eli Bell, and sat still, his body going cold. "No," he said. "He was old. I just spoke to him." The park employee looked at him with pity. "Maybe you were in shock. Maybe." It was the easiest explanation. Shock, dehydration, hypothermia, hallucinations caused by a waterfall in the dark, and accepted that explanation for 3 days, and returned to Duluth, locked the door of his apartment, and took a hot shower until his skin turned red. He called his ex-wife and asked to speak with Mia. When his daughter appeared on the screen, eating cereal and telling him about school, and began to cry. Mia asked, "Ba, what's wrong?" and only shook his head. "I miss you," she smiled. "Call me this weekend?" "Yes, promise," and looked at his daughter's face. "I promise." After the call, he deleted every email connected to the Devil's Kettle project. But Maribel's email was no longer in his inbox. Not in spam, not in trash, no contract, no call history, no deposit, as if no one had ever hired him, and searched for Maribel online. There was no podcast editor by that name. He searched for Nora Bell. No obituary, no missing person report. He searched for Eli Bell. Nothing. Finally, he searched for Calvin Rusk. Nothing. No one. Only and remembered. And that frightened him more than anything else. Stopwatch 1.2s. 1 week later, and received his equipment bag from the police office. They had found it near the trail. Inside were his recorder, headphones, microphone, and a few cables. The main memory card was missing, just as he remembered. But in a side pocket there was a backup card he did not remember carrying. He did not want to open it. He left it on the table for 2 days. On the third night, while rain tapped against the apartment window and the traffic outside sounded far away, almost like water, and inserted the card into his computer. There was only one file. No name, no creation date. Length, 30 minutes and 17 seconds, and stared at the screen for a long time. Then he pressed play. The first 10 minutes were forest, his footsteps on the trail, the distant water growing clearer. Then his own voice said into the microphone, "Devil's Kettle Trail. Forest approach. Light wind. Distant water." Anne's hand trembled. The recording continued. Waterfall. Wind. Then Nora's voice. "Are you recording?" Their conversation at the railing played clearly. Every word. Every breath. But when Nora said her brother's name, the sound warped. The waterfall stretched into a deep groan. Then silence. Not the silence of a broken file. A silence with weight. And looked at the waveform. A flat line. Then, at minute 27, Cal's voice appeared. Very small. As if speaking from underwater. "And if you can hear this, it means it did not take everything." And held his breath. "Do not look for us. Do not try to prove it. Do not tell this story with real names. It follows names. It crawls through voices. It learns from what people repeat." Water moved in the background. Cal continued. "The scientists were right. The water returns to the river. But water is only the coat it wears so people will stop asking questions. It does not drink water, and it drinks what the water carries through its mouth." His voice weakened. "Humans think the worst thing is to vanish from the world. It is not. The worst thing is for the world to continue normally after forgetting you." Stopwatch 2.0s. Then Cal whispered, "Do not let your daughter hear the waterfall." The file ended, and removed the headphones. The apartment was silent. Outside the window, the rain had stopped, but in the kitchen, the faucet was dripping. And stood, walked to the sink, and turned the faucet tight. The dripping stopped. He turned back toward the table. His computer had opened a new folder by itself. The folder name was MIA_water_02 Stopwatch 1.2s, and did not touch the mouse. He did not touch the keyboard. The screen began playing an audio file inside the folder. No waterfall, no wind, only Mia's voice, very close and very clear. "Ba. Today my teacher asked me a strange question," and stood frozen in the kitchen. His daughter's voice continued. "She asked me what my father's name was." A small child's laugh came through the speakers. "I couldn't remember." The screen went black. In the dark reflection of the monitor, and saw that the space behind him was no longer his apartment in Duluth. It was a wet wooden railing, pine forest, red stone, and the black hole of Devil's Kettle opening in the middle of the room. From inside that darkness, a gentle voice spoke in N's own voice. "It's okay, Mia." Then it whispered his name one final time, and somewhere far away on the north shore of Lake Superior, the Brule River kept flowing. One half fell over the waterfall, one half vanished into stone. Visitors stood at the rail, took pictures, recorded video, and asked each other with harmless curiosity, where did the water go? And deep inside the rock, something kept drinking. Not the water, the question. If tonight's story pulled you into the sound of that dark waterfall, leave a comment with the words, "Where did the water go?" And tell me what you believe. Was Devil's Kettle only a natural mystery? Or was something inside the rock, learning every voice that came too close? If you enjoyed this story, please like the video, subscribe to Infinite Story Realm, and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next journey into a place where real history and nightmares meet. Before you listen to this story, remember one thing. Some cemeteries are quiet because the dead are resting, but some cemeteries are quiet because everyone inside is listening. Pine Hill Cemetery in Hollis, New Hampshire, looks peaceful during the day. Old stones, tall trees, a narrow road, a place where history seems to sleep beneath the grass. But after midnight, people nearby have reported hearing footsteps among the graves. Slow footsteps, deliberate footsteps. And sometimes, between the wind and the dry leaves, there are whispers, not screams, not cries, names. Tonight's story follows an ordinary delivery driver who comes home to care for his mother, only to discover that the cemetery has been keeping a list for decades, and one name on that list belongs to him. This is Pine Hill Cemetery, Footsteps and Whispers in the Night. Pine Hill Cemetery is a real cemetery located in Hollis, New Hampshire, in the Nartoff Road area, and is also referred to as Blood Cemetery by many local sources. Several local travel and paranormal articles mention its haunted reputation, noting rumors of strange phenomena occurring around the cemetery. There is something people in Hollis, New Hampshire do not like to say out loud. Not because they do not believe it, not because they are afraid of being laughed at, but because in small New England towns, certain stories begin to feel less like memories and more like invitations. And Pine Hill Cemetery is one of those stories. During the day, the place looks almost peaceful. The cemetery sits near Nartoff Road, surrounded by trees, old stone walls, and the kind of stillness that makes time feel heavy. Some graves are so old that the names have nearly faded away. Some stones lean forward, as if the dead beneath them are listening to every car that passes. Tourists might call it historic. Locals call it quiet. But the people who live close to that road know the truth. After dark, especially after 11, they close their windows early. They turn off the porch lights sooner than usual. And if the dog begins staring toward the cemetery, they do not go outside to see why. They are not afraid of a white figure floating between the stones. They are not afraid of blood on the grass. They are afraid of something much simpler. Footsteps. Slow footsteps moving through the dry leaves. Footsteps that circle the graves in the same pattern every night. Footsteps that stop when a person listens too closely. And then, sometimes, there are whispers. No one can tell whether the voices belong to men or women. No one can tell whether there are 2 of them or 20. But those who have heard them all say the same thing. The whispers are not speaking randomly. They are saying names. Names of people who are buried there. Names of people who were never buried there. And sometimes names of people who are still alive. Ethan Mercer did not believe in ghosts. At 37, he believed in rent, overdue medical bills, bad coffee from gas stations, and the angry cough of his old Ford van every time the weather turned cold. He had spent almost 10 years in Boston working whatever jobs kept him moving. Delivery driving, warehouse shifts, late-night food runs, furniture hauling. None of them made him rich. Most of them made his back hurt. Then his mother got sick. So Ethan came back to Hollis. His mother, Margaret Mercer, had grown up there. To her, Hollis was home. To Ethan, it was a place from childhood that felt half real, half dream. Apple orchards, narrow roads, dark woods, and one cemetery adults warned children never to visit after sunset. Pine Hill Cemetery. When he was a kid, Ethan and his friends used to ride their bikes near Nartoff Road. They pretended to be brave, laughing too loudly as they approached the old stone wall. But every time they got close to the cemetery, they would stop talking. Then, without anyone admitting why, they would pedal faster. Back then, Ethan thought it was just a local ghost story. When he came back as an adult, he still thought so. Until the night he heard the footsteps for himself. It happened near the end of October. The air was cold, but not cold enough for snow. The maples had already lost most of their leaves, leaving black branches clawing at a gray sky. Ethan had finished his last delivery near Brookline and was driving back toward his mother's small house when his phone rang. The screen said, "Mom." He answered through the speaker. "Where are you?" Margaret asked. Her voice sounded thin. "Almost home," Ethan said. "Why? What's wrong?" There was silence on the line. Then she asked, "Are you going past Pine Hill?" Ethan glanced at the GPS. If he turned right ahead, he could take Nartoff Road and save several minutes. "Maybe," he said. "Why?" "Don't take that road tonight." Ethan sighed. "Mom, please don't tell me Mrs. Langdon has been talking about ghosts again. This is not gossip." Her voice sharpened. "Tonight is October 30th. Do not go past Pine Hill." Ethan was about to ask what that meant when the call crackled. The signal broke apart, then died. He looked at the phone. No service. The road ahead was empty. If he took the longer route, he would lose at least 15 minutes. He was tired. His mother needed her medicine sorted before bed. And, most of all, he was too old to be scared of a cemetery. "It's just a road," he muttered. Then he turned right. The Ford rolled slowly along Nartoff Road. The headlights cut through the darkness, flashing over wet leaves, low stone walls, and the trunks of thin trees. Once, the light caught the eyes of a deer standing in the brush. Then the animal vanished. As Ethan neared Pine Hill Cemetery, he eased off the gas. Something was lying in the road. At first, he thought it was a fallen branch. But as the headlights reached it, he saw the shape clearly. A shoe. An old brown leather shoe. It lay in the middle of the lane, with the toe pointed toward the cemetery wall. Ethan frowned. He was about to steer around it when he heard a sound. Click. Very soft, like a heel touching stone. He stopped the van. Then he turned off the radio. Outside, everything went still. Click. There it was again. Closer this time. Ethan stared through the windshield. No one was in the road. The old shoe sat alone in the headlights. Click, click, click. The sound was not coming from in front of him. It was coming from the right, from behind the low stone wall of Pine Hill Cemetery. Ethan turned his head slowly. Between the dark trees, the cemetery appeared in pieces. Tilted stones, black trunks, scattered leaves, and the pale curve of the wall. The wind moved through the branches, dragging dead leaves across the ground. Click, click. Then the footsteps stopped, right on the other side of the wall. Ethan felt the cold climb the back of his neck. He laughed once, mostly to prove he could still make a sound. Then he opened the van door and stepped into the road. "Hello?" he called. "Is somebody out there?" His voice disappeared among the trees. No answer. He walked to the shoe and picked it up. The leather was freezing. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Ethan did not know why his hand trembled as he opened it. There were 6 words written in faded pencil. "Do not let them count short." Ethan stared at the message. Then, from inside the cemetery, a whisper rose in the dark. "Mercer." He lifted his head. No one was there. Mercer. Clearer this time. His last name. Ethan backed away from the wall. At that exact moment, his phone rang. He almost dropped the shoe. The screen showed his mother's name. He answered. "Mom." The voice on the line was not his mother. It was many voices whispering together. "Count again." Then the call ended. Ethan did not remember getting back into the van. He only remembered the tires scraping wet leaves, the old shoe flying from his hand, and in the rearview mirror, at the entrance to the cemetery, a man standing perfectly still. Not a white ghost, not a shadow, just a man in an old coat and a wide-brimmed hat. A man with one bare foot. The next morning, Ethan woke up on the living room sofa. His throat felt dry. His clothes smelled like cold rain and wet leaves. In the kitchen, Margaret sat at the table, both hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had gone cold. She did not ask why he had slept downstairs. She only looked at his shoes by the door. Then she said, "Did you bring anything home?" Ethan froze. "No." Margaret looked up slowly. "Tell me the truth." He pulled out a chair and sat down. He told her everything. The shoe in the road, the folded note, the footsteps behind the cemetery wall, the whisper calling his last name, and the phone call that was not a phone call. His mother listened without interrupting. But when he said the whisper had called him Mercer, she set her mug down so hard that tea spilled across the table. "Did you answer?" "No." "Did you say your name?" "No." "Mom, what is going on?" Margaret closed her eyes. For a moment, she looked like someone who had just avoided being hit by a car. "In Pine Hill," she said quietly, "people are not the only things buried." Ethan leaned back. "Mom, listen to me." She looked straight at him. Some of the old families believed that if a person died without being named, without being recorded, or without being put in the right place, that soul could not rest. They would walk the cemetery at night. They would count the names on the stones, name after name, grave after grave. Ethan stared at her. "That's folklore." "Yes," Margaret said, "but folklore usually begins with something someone was too frightened to explain." She stood and walked to an old cabinet in the living room. After a few minutes of searching, she returned with a rusted tin box. Inside were old papers, black and white photographs, a key, and a small blue notebook. She placed the notebook in front of him. "This belonged to your grandfather." Ethan opened it. The handwriting was narrow and slanted. Dates, names, burial plots. Some pages were marked with red ink. Grandpa kept cemetery records? He helped the cemetery association sometimes. Repairs, clearing brush, digging when someone needed help. He said the official records were not always right. Ethan turned the pages until he reached one near the back. October 30th, 1986. A single line had been crossed out so hard that the paper had torn. He held it under the light. He could still read it. Mercer, not recorded. Ethan looked up. What does this mean? Margaret looked away. I don't know. You're lying. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the table. There are things I remember clearly and things I am not sure I remember at all. I was 17 that year. Your grandfather died the following winter. Before he died, he kept saying Pine Hill was missing someone. He said he heard them walking at night. He said they read every name, but when they reached one name, they stopped. What name? Margaret swallowed. Mercer. The kitchen seemed to grow colder. Ethan looked down at the notebook again. But Mercer is our family name. Not always, she said. The answer landed between them like something heavy. Ethan opened his mouth to ask what she meant, but Margaret stood abruptly. Do not go back there. You know I have to. No, you do not. Someone called our name from a cemetery at midnight. You hand me a notebook with the same date and the same warning. And now you want me to stop asking questions. Margaret turned to him, tears bright in her eyes. Because everyone who asks about Pine Hill eventually hears their own name. And once they answer, they do not come back the same. Ethan said nothing. He had never seen his mother look that afraid. Not for herself. For him. Ethan tried to forget it. He truly did. That evening, he made his mother soup, helped her with her medication, and carried a basket of laundry upstairs to the small attic room. He told himself that grief, sickness, and old stories could twist the mind. He told himself that the note could have been a prank. The shoe could have been nothing. The call could have been interference. Then, at 11:17 that night, he heard footsteps on the back porch. Click, click, click. Ethan stood motionless in the kitchen. His mother was asleep in her bedroom. The television was off. The old wall clock ticked with a dry, patient sound. Click. The footsteps moved along the wooden porch boards, slow and careful, as if someone outside was searching for the right door. Ethan picked up a flashlight and walked to the kitchen window. He pulled the curtain aside. No one was there. Only leaves gathered against the back steps. He was about to let the curtain fall when a whisper brushed his ear. Not here. Ethan spun around. The kitchen was empty. The living room beyond it was dark, packed with his mother's old furniture. A floral chair, a bookshelf, a glass cabinet, and a tall clock that had stopped years ago. Nothing moved, but the footsteps continued. Click, click. Now they were inside the house. Above him, Ethan looked up. The house only had one floor. Above the ceiling was a low crawlspace attic filled with boxes. Click, click. The steps crossed directly over his head. Then they stopped. A whisper came down through the ceiling. This time it was clear. Count again. From the bedroom, Margaret screamed. Ethan ran to her room. She was sitting upright in bed, face pale. One shaking hand pointed toward the window. On the outside of the glass was a handprint in the fog. Not an adult's hand, a child's. Small fingers spread wide. Below the handprint, written backward in the moisture, were 3 words. One is missing. The next morning, Ethan went to the Hollis Library. He told the librarian he was researching family history, but that was only half true. What he really wanted was anything connected to Pine Hill Cemetery. Burial records, old newspapers, property maps, death notices, local rumors, anything. The librarian was an older woman named Abigail Reed. Her silver hair was pinned neatly behind her head, and her eyes sharpened the moment Ethan said the name Pine Hill. "You are Margaret Mercer's son," she said. Ethan paused. "Yes, you know my mother." Hollis is not large enough for people to vanish from memory. She led him to a small archive room behind the main desk. It smelled of dust, old paper, and dry wood. Abigail placed several folders on the table. Maps of the cemetery, old land transfers, copies of death records, and a binder filled with photographs of headstones. Pine Hill has many stories, she said. Most people repeat the loud ones. The interesting ones are always quieter. Ethan opened a cemetery map. Rows of graves were marked in neat sections, but near the northern edge, close to the tree line, there was a blank area that seemed too large to be accidental. He tapped the page. What is this? Abigail looked down. Old ground. It may have contained unmarked burials, or it may have been too rocky to use. Records are inconsistent. Was anyone named Mercer buried there? She took off her glasses. Who are you looking for? Ethan pulled out his grandfather's blue notebook and opened it to the page marked in red. Abigail saw the crossed outline. Mercer, not recorded. Her expression changed so slightly that another person might have missed it. But Ethan saw. You know what this is. She closed one of the folders. There was an incident in 1986. What kind of incident? A car was found off the road near Nartoff, close to the cemetery. It had gone into a ditch. There was a young woman connected to it. My mother. No, not Margaret. Then who? Abigail hesitated. Her name was Ruth Calder. She was not from Hollis. The official version was that she was passing through. Her car was found near the cemetery, but she was not in it. Ethan felt something tighten behind his ribs. She disappeared? Yes. What does that have to do with my family? Abigail looked toward the small window. Outside, the afternoon had turned gray. Because the person who reported hearing a child crying in Pine Hill that night was your father. The room seemed to drop beneath Ethan's feet. My father died before I was born. Your father died after that, Abigail said. About a week later, Ethan stood up. No, my mother said he died in a work accident in Nashua. Abigail did not answer. Ethan's voice lowered. Tell me what happened. She folded her hands on the table. All I know is what remained in the files. That night, Thomas Mercer called the police and said he heard footsteps inside Pine Hill Cemetery. He also said he heard a child crying. When officers arrived, they found nothing. But the next morning, near the northern tree line, there were drag marks in the grass, as if something heavy had been pulled across the ground. Something? No one could prove what. And Ruth Calder? Never found. Ethan sat down slowly. What happened to my father? 7 days later, Thomas returned to Pine Hill at night. Alone, according to the report. They found him outside the stone wall the next morning. His heart had stopped. No wounds. No sign of struggle. Was anything found with him? Abigail stared at him for a moment. A piece of paper. Ethan already knew what it said, but he asked anyway. What was written on it? Abigail spoke softly. Do not let them count short. That evening, Ethan did not go home right away. He sat in a small diner near the center of town, staring at a cup of black coffee. Rain began tapping against the window. On the table before him lay a photocopy of the Pine Hill map, the blue notebook, and his own messy notes. Ruth Calder, Thomas Mercer, October 30th, 1986. A crying child, a missing woman, a dead father, a name not recorded. He tried calling his mother 3 times. She did not answer. On the 4th attempt, the call connected. Mom! Silence. Then breathing. Not his mother's. Behind it came the sound of leaves being stepped on. Click, click, click. Ethan went cold. From the phone, through the static, a whisper said, Thomas heard. He stood so fast that coffee spilled across the table. People in the diner turned to look. Ethan pressed the phone to his ear. "Who is this?" The whisper answered. Thomas answered. Then another voice came through, smaller, almost childlike. "Now it is your turn." The call ended. Ethan drove home through hard rain. When he entered the house, Margaret was sitting in the dark. She had not turned on a single lamp. She sat in her chair with an old cardboard box on her lap, as if she had been waiting for him to know enough. "You went to the library," she said. It was not a question. Ethan closed the door behind him. "My father died at Pine Hill." Margaret nodded. "Yes. Why did you lie?" "Because I wanted you to have a normal life." "Normal?" Ethan laughed once, bitterly. "There are footsteps in the house. Something is calling me through the phone. A woman disappeared, and my father died after investigating it." "You call that normal?" Margaret opened the box. Inside was a child's wool blanket, a faded photograph of her as a young woman, and a yellow envelope. She handed him the envelope. "Your father left this. I never opened it." Ethan stared at her. "In 36 years? I was afraid." Outside, rain scratched at the roof like fingernails. Ethan tore open the envelope. Inside was a letter, the paper yellowed with age. The handwriting was strong and slanted. "Maggie, if you are reading this, then I did not come home. Do not believe what they say about Ruth Calder. She did not run away. She came to Hollis looking for her child. The baby did not die at birth, no matter what they wrote. The baby was taken. I heard the child crying at Pine Hill. I heard them calling for a name. But there is no name on the stone. There is no grave in the right place. Only footsteps in the dark. They are not looking for the dead. They are looking for the one whose name was taken. If Ethan ever hears them call, do not let him answer, because he is not the one they want. He is the last one who remembers the way in." Ethan read the final line again. "The last one who remembers the way in." He looked at Margaret. "What does that mean?" She began to cry. "You do not remember," she said. "You were too little." "Remember what?" Margaret covered her mouth with one hand. "The night your father died, he did not go to Pine Hill alone." Ethan felt the room tilt. "I was with him?" She nodded. "You were barely over a year old. Your father took you from your crib and drove to the cemetery. I woke up and you were both gone. When the police found him outside the stone wall, you were lying beside him. You were not crying. You were not hurt. But there was a red thread tied around your wrist." Ethan looked instinctively at his wrist. There was nothing there now. "After that," Margaret continued, "every October 30th you would get a fever. You would talk in your sleep. You kept saying a name I had never heard before." "What name?" Margaret looked at him with terror. "Ruth." On the night of October 30th, Ethan returned to Pine Hill Cemetery. He did not tell his mother. It was not because he did not love her. It was because he understood something now. If he waited one more night, the footsteps would not remain at the cemetery. They had already entered the house. They had already called through the phone. They had already placed a small hand on his mother's window. Whatever was moving through Pine Hill was moving closer. And deep down, Ethan knew it would not stop. He brought a flashlight, his phone, the photocopied cemetery map, his grandfather's blue notebook, his father's letter, and a small recorder he had bought years ago and never used. At 11:43 p.m., he parked near the cemetery. Nartoff Road was slick with rain. Fog clung low to the ground. The van's headlights reached only a few yards into the dark before being swallowed by the trees. Ethan turned off the engine. The silence came down at once. Pine Hill Cemetery lay beyond the stone wall. Old headstones rose from the grass like gray teeth. The pine trees stood tall and black, as if they had been placed there to guard something the town was not ready to confess. Ethan switched on the recorder. October 30th, he said. His voice sounded too loud. 11:47 p.m. My name is Ethan Mercer. I am at Pine Hill Cemetery in Hollis, New Hampshire. As soon as he said his own name, he stopped. The wind moved lightly through the trees. Nothing answered. He climbed over the stone wall. Inside the cemetery, the air felt colder. He followed the map north, toward the blank section near the tree line. Each step crushed leaves under his boots. The sound seemed enormous in the darkness. He passed old graves, some marked by stones so weathered they were almost smooth. One had a carved hand pointing upward. Another had split down the middle. Several names were gone completely, erased by time and rain. Halfway across the cemetery, Ethan stopped. He heard footsteps. Click, click, click. Not his own. Behind him, he turned. No one stood there. Click, click. The steps stopped exactly where he had been standing moments before, as if something invisible was walking in his footprints. Ethan forced himself forward. He reached the northern ground at 11:59. The area was lower than the rest of the cemetery. There were no clear headstones, only small stones half sunk in grass, a pine tree scarred black by lightning, and a shallow depression filled with dead leaves. He opened his grandfather's notebook. On the page marked in red was a hand-drawn diagram. 3 stones, 1 pine tree, and an X. Ethan shined the flashlight across the ground. 3 stones, 1 pine tree. The X was at the depression. The recorder crackled in his pocket. He looked down. He had not pressed play. But a whisper came through the tiny speaker. Begin. Then names followed. Soft, flat, methodical. Abel, Betsy, Mary, George, Elizabeth, Samuel, Ruth. At Ruth, the whisper stopped. The dead leaves around Ethan began to stir. There was no wind. Click, click, click. Footsteps rose from every direction. Ethan turned, sweeping the flashlight across the graves. Between the stones stood figures. Not clear bodies, not faces, just human shapes darker than the dark around them. They did not move. But the footsteps continued, as if a crowd of invisible people were circling him. Then a woman's voice spoke behind him. Did you bring it? Ethan turned. Beneath the burned pine stood a young woman. Her coat was thin and old-fashioned. Her hair clung wetly to her face. Her hands rested near her stomach as if she were cold, or protecting something that was no longer there. Her face was pale, but her eyes were terribly alive. Ethan knew her before she said a word. Ruth called her. He stepped back. I don't know what you want. The woman looked at him. I want my child's name. Ethan pulled out his father's letter. My father said you came to Hollis looking for your child. I found him. Where is the child? Ruth tilted her head. All around them, the whispers grew louder. Not recorded, not spoken, not buried, not remembered. Ethan felt dizzy. What do you want me to do? Ruth pointed to the depression in the ground. Dig. Ethan stared at the leaves. No. I can't dig up a grave. Ruth took one step closer. When her foot touched the ground, the leaves did not move. It is not a grave. The footsteps stopped at once. The whole cemetery held its breath. Ethan knelt and pushed the wet leaves aside. Beneath them was black soil, cold and soft. He had no shovel, so he used a flat stone, scraping away dirt until his fingers ached and mud filled his nails. After several minutes, his hand struck wood. Not a coffin, a small box. He dug around it and pulled it free. The wood was half rotted, tied shut with a dark red strip of cloth. A red thread, like the one his mother said had been tied around his wrist the night his father died. Ethan untied it. Inside were a pair of baby shoes, a piece of cloth embroidered with the letters RC, and a birth certificate, damaged by water and age. He held the flashlight close. Mother's name, Ruth Calder. Child's name, blank. Date of birth, October 30th, 1986. At the bottom, only a few words remained legible. Given to the Mercer family. Ethan could not breathe. No. Ruth stood over him, her expression not angry, but unbearably sad. You were too young to remember. No, Ethan whispered. Margaret is my mother. She raised you. The cemetery went silent. No wind, no insects, no footsteps, only Ruth's voice. I gave birth to you in a house at the edge of town. I was not married. My family did not want the shame. Someone promised me work, a room, a way to keep my baby. But when you were born, they took you from me. Ethan shook his head. No, Thomas Mercer found out. He was not your blood father, but he was the only one who tried to give you back. Then why did he die? Ruth looked toward the stone wall. Because he heard me calling, and Ethan understood too late. Thomas Mercer had not been killed by a ghost. He had heard Ruth. He had found the box. He had learned that the child he and Margaret were raising was not theirs, and he had tried to bring the baby back to the place where the truth had been buried. But he died before he could make it right. Ethan's voice cracked. Did Margaret know? Ruth did not answer. Her silence was enough. Memories began to flicker in Ethan's mind. His mother crying on his birthdays. Her refusal to talk about the hospital where he was born. Her fear of Nartoff Road. Her way of changing the subject every time his father was mentioned. She had not been afraid of Pine Hill because it was haunted. She was afraid because his real mother had been walking there for 36 years, calling for the name that had been stolen from her child. Ethan looked down at the birth certificate. My name is Ethan Mercer, Ruth whispered. That is the name the living gave you. Then what is my real name? Ruth touched his forehead. Her fingers were cold as well water. In that instant, Ethan heard something buried deep in his memory. A young woman singing softly, rain striking a car roof, tires slipping on wet road, a baby crying, then a name. Not Ethan, not Mercer, Daniel. The moment the name was spoken, the entire cemetery seemed to exhale. The shadowed figures between the stones bowed their heads. The recorder clicked. Then the whispers began the list again. This time, after Ruth Calder, there was another name. Daniel Calder. Ethan, or Daniel, knelt in the cold dirt and could not speak. Ruth looked at him, and for one brief second, there was almost a smile on her face. Now they can count you. Will you leave? He asked. No, Ruth said. The answer made him look up. She turned toward the road. I waited until you remembered your name, but there is still someone else missing from the count. Ethan felt his heart sink. Who? Ruth's eyes reflected a house he knew too well. Margaret's house, the one who took it. When Ethan reached the house, the front door was open. The living room lights were on. Margaret sat in her chair wearing her coat, as if she had known he would come back covered in mud, carrying the truth in his hands. The rusted tin box lay open on the table beside her. Ethan stepped inside. She looked at him and said, You know. Again, it was not a question. Ethan stood in the middle of the room, his clothes wet and dirty, the old birth certificate folded in his hand. Did you take me from Ruth Calder? Margaret closed her eyes. I did not take you. Someone else did. Your father and I only kept you. Kept me? His voice broke. She was looking for me. She died looking for me. Margaret shook violently. You think I don't know that? You think I haven't heard her every October for all these years? Outside, Wind pressed against the porch. Click, click, click. Footsteps approached the door. Margaret covered her mouth. "I could not have children," she whispered. "The doctors told me there was no chance. Then one night, Thomas brought you home. He said it would only be for a few days. He said we would find a safe way to return you. But you were sick. You cried all night. You held my finger and would not let go. And she folded in on herself. I loved you." Ethan could not answer. That was the cruelest part. Not every terrible thing begins in hatred. Some terrible things begin in love, then grow roots, then become a house, a family, a name, and an entire life built over a buried wrong. "Did you know where Ruth was?" he asked. Margaret nodded faintly. "Your father found her in the woods behind Pine Hill. She had died from exposure. He wanted to report it, but we were afraid. Afraid they would take you. Afraid they would blame us. Afraid we would lose everything." Ethan felt sick. "What did you do?" Margaret pointed to the tin box. Inside was another map. The X was not in the cemetery. It was just beyond the stone wall at the edge of the woods. "Thomas buried her there," Margaret said. "No marker, no name, no prayer. He regretted it until it drove him mad. That final night, he took you to Pine Hill to confess, to return you to your mother. But when he got there, he died." She nodded. "And you kept silent." The footsteps stopped at the front door. A whisper moved through the wood. "Margaret." The old woman flinched. Ethan turned toward the door. "She's here." Margaret began to cry. "You have to help me." Ethan looked at the woman who had raised him for 36 years. The woman who had stayed awake when he was sick. The woman who had taught him to tie his shoes. The woman who had lied to him his entire life. "Help you how?" "Do not let them call my name." A soft scratching sound came from the other side of the door. Not violent, not frantic, almost polite, as if someone were waiting to be invited in. Margaret whispered, "If someone else answers when a name is called, they will take that person instead." Ethan stared at her. "What? Your father did it once. He answered for me. That is why he died." At last, Ethan understood his father's warning. Do not let Ethan answer. It had not meant the dead wanted him. It meant the living might try to use him as a substitute. Outside, Ruth's voice spoke again. "Margaret." Margaret covered her ears. "Do not answer," Ethan said. Margaret looked at him. For one moment he saw her love. Then he saw that her fear was stronger than her love. She opened her mouth, but she did not say her own name. She said, "Ethan Mercer is here." The whole house went silent. Ethan felt something in the dark turn toward him. The front door opened slowly by itself. Ruth Calder stood on the porch. Behind her were the figures from Pine Hill, gathered in the cold night beyond the yellow light. But Ruth was not looking at Ethan. She was looking at Margaret. "No," Margaret sobbed. "I raised him. I loved him." Ruth stepped inside. Each footfall struck the floorboards with the sound Ethan had heard for 2 nights. Click, click, click. She stopped in front of Margaret. "Then let him live with his real name." Margaret turned to Ethan, her eyes begging. "Please," she said. "Son." Ethan closed his eyes. 2 names moved through his mind. Ethan Mercer, Daniel Calder. One name had been given with love. The other had been buried with his mother in the cold woods. He opened his eyes. "I will not answer for you." Margaret's mouth opened. No sound came out. Ruth placed one cold hand on her shoulder. "Margaret Mercer." This time the whisper was not a whisper. It was hundreds of voices reading the final line of an old record. Margaret trembled, then slowly rose from the chair. Not because she wanted to, because something was lifting her. She looked at Ethan one last time. In her eyes, he saw guilt, fear, love, and something almost like relief. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Then the lights went out. When they came back on, Margaret was gone. Only the child's blanket remained on the chair, along with the tin box and a trail of dry leaves leading from the living room to the open front door. Ethan ran outside. The night was empty. No Ruth, no shadowed figures, no Margaret, only footsteps moving away toward Nartoff Road. Click, 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 then silence. 3 days later, police found human remains at the edge of the woods behind Pine Hill Cemetery. Ethan was the one who gave them the location. He did not mention Ruth. He did not mention the footsteps. He did not mention the night his mother vanished from the living room. He said only that he had found an old family map among Margaret's belongings. The identification took months. But no one in Hollis seemed surprised when the remains were confirmed to be those of a young woman who had disappeared in 1986. Ruth Calder was finally buried properly. Not in the blank ground. Not at the edge of the woods. Inside Pine Hill Cemetery, under a small gray stone. Her name was carved clearly. Ruth and Calder. Beneath it, Ethan chose one line. She was heard at last. At the end of the funeral, Ethan stood alone before the grave. He did not cry. Maybe the tears had come too late. Maybe he did not know whom to mourn first. The mother who gave birth to him. The mother who raised him. The father who tried to make it right. Or himself, the man who had lived for 36 years under a name that was not completely his. Abigail Reed from the library came to stand beside him. "Will you leave Hollis?" she asked. Ethan looked toward the northern pines. "I don't know. Have you heard anything since?" He was silent for a moment. "No." Abigail nodded, as if that were the best answer anyone could hope for. But that night, when Ethan returned to Margaret's old house, something waited on the porch. An old brown leather shoe. Cold. Clean. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Ethan stood over it for a long time before he opened it. The message was no longer "Do not let them count short." This time, the handwriting looked like Margaret's. Shaky, smudged, but readable. You thought they only counted the dead. Behind the house, in the dark line of trees, a whisper rose. This time, it did not call Ethan. It did not call Daniel. Called a different name. A name he had never heard before. Then another, and another. The names continued, one after the next, stretching into the night like a list with no end. Ethan held the paper and slowly understood. Pine Hill was not haunted by one spirit. It was a ledger, a place that remembered everyone who had been hidden, children never claimed, missing people never found, deaths changed into accidents, crimes buried beneath other people's names. And each time one name was restored, the cemetery remembered another missing one. Far away, from the direction of Nartoff Road, the footsteps began again. Click, 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 slow, patient. Not one person, many. Ethan closed the door, but before the latch fell into place, he heard a whisper directly behind him. Margaret's voice, very close, very sad. "Daniel." He froze. "Do not let them know the next name." Outside, Pine Hill Cemetery sank back into silence. But from that night on, the people living near Nartoff Road said the footsteps no longer stayed inside the cemetery. Sometimes, around midnight, they heard a man walking between the old stones with a recorder in his hand, reading names one by one, slowly, carefully, as if checking, as if comparing, as if trying to make sure that beneath the old pines of Pine Hill, no one was ever counted short again. But every time he reached the end, another voice whispered from the dark, "One more," and to this day, no one knows who the last name belongs to. If If you heard your name whispered from an old cemetery after midnight, would you answer? Or would you keep walking and pretend the voice belonged to the wind? The story of Pine Hill Cemetery reminds us that some hauntings are not about revenge. Some are about records, names, truths, and the people who were erased before they could be remembered. If this story pulled you into the dark, leave a comment with the name you would carve on Ruth's stone. And if you want more stories based on real places, buried legends, and endings that wait until the final minute, subscribe to Infinite Story Realm, because somewhere out there, another road is already quiet, another cemetery is already counting, and one more name is still missing. Before Animas Forks became a ghost town, it was a place where men climbed into the San Juan Mountains hoping to trade sweat, blood, and cold for silver. But one winter, a crew of miners never clocked out. More than a century later, 3 ordinary filmmakers drive into that abandoned town to capture a simple travel documentary. By sunset, the empty houses begin to knock, the mine begins to breathe, and an old ledger opens by itself. At Animas Forks, the dead are not resting. They are still working. Animas Forks is a mining ghost town in the San Juan Mountains of Colorado. Situated along the Alpine Loop, a roughly 65-mile dirt road system connecting Lake City, Ouray, and Silverton. The area is promoted by the BLM as a historic attraction, standing at a desolate elevation of approximately 11,200 feet. Local historical sources note that the town thrived during the silver and gold mining boom of the late 19th century. And today, many of its old wooden structures remain preserved and structurally stabilized, standing as silent witnesses to the past. Autumn in Colorado does not arrive with the sound of falling leaves. It arrives with silence, a thin, high silence, stretched across the peaks of the San Juan Mountains, as if the whole sky had been pulled tight over the ridgelines and tied down with cold wind. When Huey's gray Jeep crawled up the rocky road toward Animas Forks, the tires slipped again and again over loose gravel. On both sides of the trail, the slopes were patched with dead yellow grass, old snow clinging in the cuts between rocks, and crooked clusters of dark pine trees bent under a lead-colored sky. Huey had lived in Denver for almost 6 years, but he had never gotten used to the loneliness of these mountains. In the city, emptiness was only the space between buildings. Out here, emptiness breathed. It lay inside the low white mist crawling over the ground. It clung to the warped roofs of wooden houses. It slid through empty window frames, and when the wind pushed through the curled boards, the town gave off a faint moan, like someone trying to call the name of a person who had gone too far to hear. "Beautiful," Grace said from the passenger seat. She was Huey's co-worker at a small travel video company in Denver. 32 years old, brown hair tied low, and always wearing an old film camera around her neck, even though the company had moved to digital years ago. Grace loved old places, not because of ghosts. She did not believe in ghosts. She loved places where people had left behind too many traces and not enough witnesses to explain them. Huey glanced at her, beautiful in the kind of way that says we should not be here after dark. Grace smiled. "You say that about every ghost town. Because no ghost town should be visited after dark." In the back seat, Tommy did not laugh. He was the company's new intern, only 3 weeks in. 22, thin, pale from altitude sickness, one arm wrapped around the audio bag and the other hand gripping his phone even though there was no signal at all. "I thought we were only filming during the day," Tommy said. The brief did not say anything about staying until night. Grace looked at Hui, asked our director. Hui exhaled. "We are not staying overnight. We get the golden hour shots, maybe a few twilight plates, and if we move fast, we are back down the mountain by 6:30. This road is hard to drive at night, right?" Tommy asked. "Very hard," Hui said. Tommy went quiet. The Jeep pushed around one last sharp bend. Then Animus Forks appeared. It did not look like a town emerging from the road. It looked like a memory placed in the wrong valley. Weathered gray-brown cabins stood scattered over dead grass. Some still had roofs. Some were only frames, like the rib cages of animals that had died standing up. A dirt road cut through the settlement and disappeared toward bare slopes where tram lines and mine entrances had once bitten into the mountain. There was no large gate, no ticket booth, no crowd, only a few old warning signs, an empty parking area, and the wind. Hui turned off the engine. At once, the silence dropped over them. For the first few seconds, no one spoke. Then, from somewhere far away but strangely clear, came the sound of metal striking stone. Tommy snapped his head around. "Did you hear that?" Grace frowned. "Rockfall." Hui did not answer. He had heard it too, and it had not sounded like falling rock. Falling rock was dull, scattered, uncontrolled. That sound had rhythm, like the stroke of a pickaxe. They had come to Animus Forks to film a short documentary for a series called Forgotten Towns of the West. The client was an adventure tour company hoping to promote the Alpine Loop before the next summer season. The brief was simple. Beautiful images, enough history to feel authentic, and no heavy-handed ghost story. But 2 days before the trip, Hui received a private email. The sender was someone named Elias Ward, who claimed to be a volunteer who had once helped stabilize several old buildings at Animus Forks. The message contained only 3 lines. "If you film at Animus Forks, do not only film the Duncan house. Place a recorder near the north tunnel after 5 in the evening. And if you hear the shift bell, leave immediately." Under the message was one attachment, an audio file 17 seconds long. Hui listened to it near midnight in his Denver apartment. At first, there was only wind. Then old wood creaked. Then came metal. Clang, clang, clang. Slow, steady, dry. At the 13th second, a door slammed shut. And at the very end, from far away, came a small bell. Not a church bell, a shift bell. The kind that might have once called men in and out of a mine. Hui almost ignored it. The internet was full of people who enjoyed wrapping ghost stories around abandoned places. But when he replied to ask for more information, the address came back as non-existent. Even stranger, the audio file had no metadata, no creation date, no recording device, no location tag, as if it had never been recorded, as if it had simply appeared. Hui did not tell Grace or Tommy. Not because he wanted to seem mysterious, but because he knew Grace would make fun of him and Tommy would insist on turning around. And deep down, Hui was not sure he wanted to know the truth. But standing in Animus Forks, hearing metal echo from the northern slope, he knew he had brought them here because of that email. Not only for the job, because something in this place felt as if it were waiting to be recorded. They began shooting at 3 in the afternoon. Mountain light changes fast. One moment the sky was gray, and 10 minutes later sunlight broke through the clouds, laying a pale golden wash over the old wooden houses like the color of an aged photograph. Grace worked with her usual precision. She filmed close-ups of rusted hinges, wind-smoothed boards, empty window frames looking out into white air. Tommy held the shotgun microphone on the boom, checking levels over and over. Hui delivered a line to camera. Anonymous Forks was once a place where people came looking for luck. Silver, gold, ore, and the dream of a different life. But at more than 11,000 feet, winter was not just weather. It was a sentence. He paused. The wind moved through the cabin behind him and made a loose door tap softly. Knock. Tommy flinched. Grace lowered the camera. It is just a door. I did not say anything, Tommy replied. Your face said it for you. Hui smiled faintly, but his eyes stayed on the northern slope. A faint trail climbed up toward an old tunnel entrance. On visitor maps, the area was marked as unsafe, partly because of unstable ground, partly because the mine timbers had long since rotted. But the email had named that exact place. The North Tunnel. At 4:10, they entered the large two-story house most visitors liked to photograph. The floor had been reinforced, but it still creaked underfoot. Upstairs, light came through empty windows and stretched in long bands across the walls. Grace raised the camera. Stand there. Hui, look outside like you were hearing something. Hui obeyed. He stood by the window and looked down at the empty town below. For a few seconds, he had the strange feeling that the cabins were not abandoned at all. The people inside were only standing very still, waiting for strangers to pass. Rolling, Grace said. Tommy lifted the boom. Hui began. Some places die loudly in fires, explosions, disease, or war, but some places die slowly. A store closes. Family leaves. A letter is never sent. A final hammer strike is forgotten before anyone can remember whose hand made it. He stopped. From the floor below came the sound of footsteps. Not Grace. She was standing right in front of him. Not Tommy. He was by the door. The footsteps crossed beneath them. Slow. Heavy. One foot dragging slightly behind the other. Tommy went pale. Is somebody downstairs? Grace frowned and lowered the camera. Probably another visitor, but the parking area held only their Jeep. Hui signaled for silence and went down the stairs first. The boards groaned under his boots. The ground floor was empty. No person. No fresh footprints in the thin dust near the door. Only something else. In the center of the room, on one of the floorboards, lay a smear of wet mud. Very fresh. Hui crouched. Black mud. Sticky. Speckled with tiny silver grains of crushed stone. Grace stood behind him, her voice lower now. Maybe one of us tracked it in. No, Hui said. He lifted the sole of his boot. Their mud was dry and yellowish. This mud was wet, as if it had just been carried out of the earth. Tommy stepped back. I think we should finish fast and leave. No one disagreed. By 5 o'clock, the light began to change. In the mountains, sunset does not soften. It falls. The peaks above still shone, but the valley floor had turned blue-gray. The wind grew sharper. The same wooden houses that had looked historic an hour before now looked like bodies propped upright. Hui said they needed one final shot near the northern trail. Grace looked at him for a long time. Are you hiding something from me? Hui said nothing. Grace knew him too well. They had worked together for 4 years. She knew when he was chasing an idea and when he was chasing an obsession. Just one shot, Hui said. You said that before you dragged me into that abandoned asylum in Utah. That video got the best numbers on the channel. And a bat flew into my hair. Tommy stood beside the Jeep, clutching the audio bag. I vote we go home. Nobody counted Tommy's vote. They walked north. The trail was narrow and full of sharp rock. The higher they climbed, the smaller the town became behind them. Wind moved through the canyon and made a sound like someone whistling through their teeth. A black raven sat on a broken post and watched them with cold round eyes. The north tunnel lay behind a slump of fallen rock. It was not large, only a dark rectangular opening cut into the mountain, framed by rotting timber and half-collapsed warning barriers. In front of it lay rusted scraps of metal, a short length of old rail, and a minecart tilted on its side like an eye torn from its socket. Tommy swallowed. "We are not going in there, right?" "Nobody is going in," Hui said. "I am only setting a recorder outside." "Recorder?" Grace asked. Hui took the small device from his coat pocket. Grace understood immediately. "The email." Hui looked at her. "You knew. I saw you listening to that file 3 times in the edit room. The volume was high enough for me to hear the clanging from my desk." Tommy looked between them. "What file?" No one answered. Hui placed the recorder on a flat stone near the tunnel mouth and turned on continuous recording. The screen showed a low waveform, only wind. Grace began filming the tunnel from a distance. Hui stood off to one side, ready to record a backup narration. Then a sound came from inside the tunnel. Clang. Tommy dropped a lens cap. Grace did not lower the camera. Clang. Clang. 3 strikes. Slow. Steady. Closer than the audio file. The skin on the back of Hui's neck turned cold. "There is someone in there," Tommy whispered. "Impossible," Grace said, but her voice had lost its certainty. A breath of cold air rolled out of the tunnel. It smelled of wet rock, rusted metal, and something faint but unmistakable. Lamp smoke. Hui looked at the recorder screen. The waveform jumped with every strike. Clang, clang, clang. Then, from the town behind them, a door slammed. Bang. All 3 turned. The sound echoed across the valley. Not a loose door shifting in the wind. A door pulled shut by a hand. Tommy began to shake. "Hui, can we leave now?" Hui picked up the recorder. He meant to stop it, but the screen flickered. The waveform went wild. From the little speaker, even though he had not pressed playback, came a man's voice. A hoarse voice, as if there were earth packed inside the throat. "Shift's not over." Grace stepped back. Tommy whispered, "What did it say?" Hui had heard it clearly. "The shift is not over." Inside the tunnel, the metal sound stopped. The silence thickened. Then a bell rang. Ding. Small, far away, perfectly clear. Grace shut off the camera. Down the mountain. Now. This time, nobody argued. They returned to town as fast as they could. But descending was harder than climbing. Stones rolled under their feet. Tommy slipped twice. Grace hauled him up, looking back again and again toward the tunnel. When they reached the parking area, the Jeep was still there. But something was wrong. The driver's door was open. Hui remembered locking it. Tommy reached it first, then froze. Hui. Inside the Jeep, everything remained. Bags, spare batteries, memory cards, water bottles. Nothing had been taken, except the key. Hui checked his coat pocket. Empty. His pants pockets. Empty. The camera bag. Empty. Grace opened the back and searched every compartment. Nothing. Tommy started breathing too fast. "This is not funny. Whoever took it, just give it back." The wind answered with a long shriek through the cabins. Hui forced himself to stay calm. He remembered putting the key into the left pocket of his coat after turning off the engine. The pocket had a zipper. The zipper was still closed. Grace looked toward town. "Someone is here." Hui shook his head. "There are no other vehicles." Then the key walked away by itself? No one could answer. Darkness was coming fast. The temperature was dropping by the minute. There was no phone signal. The Jeep's radio picked up only static. Hui took out a flashlight. "We search around the vehicle first. It may have fallen when we were unloading gear." Tommy gave a dry laugh. You are lying to keep me calm, right? Yes, Hui said. But we still have to search. They searched around the parking area, under the seats, inside the equipment bags, and along the path to the nearest cabin. No key. Then Grace shone her flashlight toward the two-story house where they had filmed earlier and stopped. There. Hui followed the beam of light. On the front step of the house, a small piece of metal reflected the flashlight. The Jeep key. It lay neatly on the threshold. Beside it was a wet black stone, speckled with silver. Hui moved toward it. The closer he came, the more clearly he heard a sound inside the house. Not footsteps, not wind, paper turning, rustle. Slowly, as if someone were reviewing a ledger, Grace caught Hui's arm. Do not go in. The key is right there. Then take it and leave. Hui bent and picked it up. The moment his fingers touched the metal, the front door opened. Creak. A black crack appeared inside. From the darkness came a dry cough. Tommy screamed. Hui snatched the key and stumbled back. The door did not open wider. It only remained cracked, as if inviting them inside. Grace dragged Hui back to the Jeep. All three piled in. Hui shoved the key into the ignition and turned. The engine did not start. Only a weak clicking. No, 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 Tommy muttered. Not like a movie. Please, not like a movie. Hui tried again. Click, click, nothing. The dashboard blinked, then went dead. Outside, night fully settled. Anonymous Forks began to wake. The first sound came from the small cabin near the parking area. Like a hammer on wood. Then from the two-story house. A door opening, a door closing. From the main road. The rattle of a mine cart rolling over rails, even though no track had crossed the street for generations. Tommy covered his ears. This cannot be real. Grace stared through the windshield. The cabins remained dark. No figures, no lanterns. But the sounds were everywhere. A town with no people was working. Hui lifted the recorder. It was still recording. The screen showed more than 40 minutes of audio, but he was sure it had been running for less than 20. The memory card read full, then empty, then full again. The numbers jumped as if something inside the device were changing them. Suddenly, the Jeep radio came on. Static filled the cabin. Then a man's voice pushed through the speakers. Not clear like a broadcast. Buried, as if trapped under layers of dirt and stone. Crew 7, North Drift, water rising. Grace whispered, "Is that a rescue channel?" Hui did not answer. The voice continued in broken pieces. "Do not send the boys. Tell Ward, bell at 6. Tommy turned to Hui. "Ward? Like the email?" Hui tightened his grip on the recorder. Elias Ward, the sender who did not exist. The radio hissed louder. A strike of metal crashed through the speakers, making the cabin vibrate. Then many voices spoke at once. Not screaming, counting. 1, 2, 3. Clang. 1, 2, 3. Clang. Like a crew of miners striking stone together. Grace opened the door. "We are not safe in here. If the Jeep will not start, we need a cabin with walls. We wait until morning." Tommy stared at her as if she had lost her mind. "You think a haunted house is safer than the car? Out here, the cold can kill us before anything else gets a chance." Hui knew she was right. They gathered flashlights, spare batteries, a dead radio, a first aid kit, and a few energy bars. Hui took the recorder. Grace looked at it. "You are still bringing that thing? It may be recording proof. Or it may be the reason we are being held here." Hui did not answer because he was starting to think the same thing. They chose a small cabin near the parking area with walls mostly intact. Inside was one empty room, a few support beams, a dusty floor, and the smell of old wood. Grace wedged a backpack under the door so the wind could not blow it open. Tommy sat curled in the corner, hugging his flashlight like a charm. Hui placed the recorder in the middle of the room. "Do not," Grace said. "Just listen." He played back the file from the tunnel. First wind, then pick strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Then the man's voice. "Shift's not over." Grace closed her eyes. Tommy shook his head. "No, turn it off." But the file kept playing. At the point where they had heard only the bell in person, the recording held more. Water dripping, timber cracking, men breathing hard. Then a younger voice, very close to the microphone, whispered, "Do not let the book leave." Hui stopped the playback. "Book?" Grace asked. "A ledger," Tommy said. Hui remembered the sound of paper turning inside the two-story house. Near 7 o'clock, the sounds stopped. The whole town went silent. No wind, no creaking wood, no metal, an impossible quiet. Then the bell rang from the two-story house. Tommy began to cry. The email said, "If we hear the bell, we leave." Grace said softly, "We cannot leave." As the last bell faded, someone knocked on the cabin door 3 times. Not hard, not threatening, polite, like a foreman calling workers. No one moved. 3 more knocks. Then a man's voice outside said, "Late." Tommy buried his face in his knees. Grace pointed her flashlight at the door. "We are not going into the mine. We will leave when the sun comes up." Silence outside. Then the voice replied, "Late men lose wages." Cold traveled up Hui's spine. Not because of the words, because the voice was the same one from the recorder. The door was knocked again, harder now. From far away, other knocks answered. From empty houses, from the old storehouse, from the main road, from the north tunnel. The whole town knocked in one rhythm. Grace pulled Hui and Tommy back into the corner. But the door did not burst open. Instead, something slid under it. A small leather-bound book, so old the spine was nearly gone. There was no title on the cover, only a round burn mark, as if the bottom of an oil lamp had once been set on it. Hui did not want to touch it, but the recorder in the middle of the room turned on by itself. The younger voice came through the speaker, "Do not let the book leave." Grace looked at the book. "If they do not want it to leave, why give it to us?" Hui swallowed. Maybe it already left. He opened it. The first pages were work records. Names of miners, hours or weight, wages. Slanted handwriting, brown faded ink, many lines blurred by water. Tommy aimed the flashlight with shaking hands. Hui turned toward the end. The handwriting changed there, faster, deeper. In places, the pen had dug into the paper. October 17th. Wind changed. Water sounds at North Tunnel. Ward says crew still goes down. 3 men refused. Wages cut. October 18th. Good or in North Drift. Ward kept men after 6 bell. McCall coughing blood. Avery's boy brought bread. Not allowed inside. October 19th. Timber complained all day. No one allowed out. Ward keeping the wage ledger. Grace frowned. Ward was the mine boss? Hui turned the page. October 20th. Collapse. 1 word. Under it, several lines had been scratched almost unreadable. On the next page, the writing became worse. It was no accident. Ward heard the rock all morning. He locked the lower gate. Said any man leaving before shift would not be paid. 19 men still inside. 6 bell was not quitting time. It was when he closed the ledger. Tommy whispered, 19 men. Huey's throat went dry. He turned to the final page. Only a list of names. 19 names. Some crossed out. Some marked with black fingerprints. At the bottom was a line written in dark red ink. Whoever keeps the ledger takes attendance. Whoever takes attendance must call every man home. Grace finished reading and went pale. Put it back under the door. Tommy nodded immediately. Yes, give it back. But Huey did not move. Because on that last page, under the 19 names, a new line appeared. The ink was wet. Huey Transsound. Below Huey's name, the writing continued one stroke at a time. Grace Miller Camera. Tommy screamed when his name began to form. Thomas Reed Runner. The ledger fell to the floor. Outside, the knocking stopped. Then every building in Animus Forks filled with footsteps. Not wandering footsteps. Footsteps going to work. They ran. Grace kicked the backpack away from the door and rushed out first. Huey dragged Tommy after her. Snow dust lashed their faces, cold as needles. Their flashlights cut through the dark, but the beams seemed shorter now, lighting only a few yards ahead. The town had changed. There were no visible people, but everything was moving. A cabin door to the left opened and closed. An iron hook on a wall swung back and forth. The old minecart will near the storehouse rolled half a turn and shrieked. In the 2-story house, a weak yellow glow appeared in an upper window, like an oil lamp. Grace shouted, "The Jeep!" Huey knew it was useless, but they had no other option. When they reached it, the bell rang from the north tunnel. Ding. Not distant this time. Every chime made the ground tremble under their boots. Tommy fell. Huey turned and pulled him up. In that instant, he saw the thin snow behind them covered in footprints. Old boot prints, wet with black mud, moving beside them, but no one was there. Grace reached the Jeep first, opened the door, and yelled, "Key!" Huey threw it. She turned the ignition. The engine did not start. Tommy slapped the dashboard. "Please, please." The radio came alive. The sound of many men breathing filled the cabin. Then the foreman's voice said, "Names in the book." Huey looked down. The ledger was in his hands. He did not remember picking it up when they ran. But there it was. Grace saw it. "You brought it." "I did not." "Give it to me." She grabbed the ledger and tried to throw it out of the Jeep. The moment it left her hand, the door slammed shut. Bang. All the doors had sealed from the inside. On the windshield, condensation began to form. Not from them, from outside. One muddy handprint appeared on the glass. Then another. Then another. Soon, hands surrounded the Jeep. They did not pound. They did not claw. They only held it, like workers holding a minecart in place. Inside Huey's head, a voice spoke. Not through the radio. Not through the recorder. Right beside his ear. "Call them back." He understood. The ledger was not just a curse. It was a timesheet. 19 men had died because they were forced to keep working after a shift that should have ended. When they died, no one marked them as gone home. So Animus Forks kept working. Not because the dead wanted to, because in the ledger their shift had never ended. "I have to read their names," Huey said. Grace stared at him. "What?" "I have to call them home." The last line said it. "Whoever keeps the ledger takes attendance." Huey opened the ledger under the flashlight. The pages flipped by themselves to the final list. 19 names shivered on the paper like insects. Outside, the sound of metal grew louder. Clang, clang, clang. From far away, Near the north tunnel came the sound of timber breaking, as if the collapse were happening all over again. Hui read the first name, Samuel Avery. The wind screamed outside. One handprint vanished from the glass. He read the next, Patrick McCall. The pick strikes paused for one beat. Jonah Briggs. A door somewhere in town closed more softly than before. Grace understood. She leaned in and held the flashlight steady. Keep reading. Hui read, name after name. Each time he read one sound in the town stopped. The hammering, the cartwheels, the chains, the doors. One by one, the men were finally allowed to leave work. At the 17th name, Tommy suddenly said, "Wait." Hui looked at him. Tommy pointed at the page. Two names are blurred together. You read it wrong. The ink had smeared into a black streak. Hui had almost read it as Henry Cole, but Tommy held the flashlight closer. It was not Henry Cole. It was Elias Ward. Grace frowned. Ward? But Ward was the foreman. Hui felt cold open in his stomach. He looked back at the earlier pages. Ward made them work late. Ward kept the ledger. Ward locked the gate. But if Elias Ward was on the list of the dead, then who had locked them inside? The ledger flipped itself to a previous page, to the lines that had been scratched out. In the trembling flashlight beam, the scratches were no longer random marks. They were words someone had tried to erase. Hui brushed away dust with his thumb. A sentence appeared. Elias Ward tried to open the lower gate. Foreman Bell shot him. Bell took the ledger. Bell said dead men need no wages. Grace read softly, Foreman Bell. Tommy whispered, not Ward. Hui remembered the email. Elias Ward, not the villain. The man who had tried to warn them. And the bell at 6 was not only a bell. Bell was a name. Foreman Bell. At that moment, the Jeep radio came on again. A different voice spoke. Not hoarse like a miner. Deep, cold, clear. Wrong name. From the two-story house, the oil lamp glow burned brighter. In the upper window, a figure appeared. No face. Only a hat and a rigid posture like someone used to giving orders. Grace gripped Hui's arm. Read Ward. Hui read loudly. Elias Ward. A long breath passed outside the Jeep. Not sad. Not relieved. Like a man who had been holding air for more than a century. Only 2 names remained. Hui looked down. The 18th was Nathan Bell. The last was not a miner's name. It appeared as he watched. Black ink flowed out of the paper like blood. Foreman Nathaniel Bell, unclosed. Outside, the figure vanished from the upstairs window. Then the front door of the two-story house burst open. Heavy footsteps started down the stairs. Slow, 1 step at a time. Grace said, read it. Hui opened his mouth, but his throat locked shut, not from fear, because an invisible hand was squeezing his neck. The recorder in his coat pocket turned on by itself, playing the voice from the emailed file. Bell at 6. Tommy screamed, read his name before the 6 bells. The bell rang. Ding. 1. The hand around Hui's throat tightened. Grace grabbed the ledger and shouted, Nathaniel Bell. Nothing happened. The second bell rang. Ding. The radio roared, wrong voice. Hui understood. He was the one holding the ledger. He was the one taking attendance. Only his voice counted. Grace grabbed his face and forced him to look at her. Hui breathed. Read it. The third bell rang. Ding. Hui pulled a thin breath through his crushed throat. The fourth bell rang. Ding. The fifth bell rang. Ding. Hui forced out the words. Nathaniel Bell. Silence. No wind, no bell, no breathing. The hand around his throat disappeared. From the two-story house came the sound of a door closing, not violently, gently, as if the last person had finally left the room. On the windshield, every muddy handprint melted into water. The Jeep's electrical system lit up. Grace turned the key. This time, the engine started. No one spoke. Grace turned the Jeep around in the narrow dirt lot. Hui clutched the ledger. Tommy stared through the rear window. As they drove out of Ominous Forks, Hui saw 19 shadows standing in a row on the main road. No faces, no clear clothing, only dark, exhausted shapes with their heads lowered after a long day's labor. One man stood apart from the others. He wore an old hat and held an oil lamp. As the Jeep passed, he lifted the lamp, not as a warning, as thanks. Then all of them disappeared into the snow. They reached Silverton close to midnight. Tommy vomited at the roadside. Grace called local police, then a tow service to inspect the Jeep. Of course, no one believed the story. A rescue worker suggested the battery had been weakened by cold. The doors had jammed from ice, and the metal sounds were wind moving through old structures. Hui did not argue. He only asked one question. Was there ever a man named Elias Ward working at Ominous Forks? The rescue worker, who had been smiling, suddenly stopped. He said he was not sure. But his grandfather had once mentioned an old tunnel collapse somewhere near the northern workings. Records from that era were incomplete because mining companies often hid accidents to avoid paying families. What about Nathaniel Bell? Grace asked. The man shook his head. Bell? Never heard that name. But the next morning, at a small historical archive in Silverton, Grace found a badly digitized newspaper clipping. It did not mention a tunnel collapse. It mentioned a mine foreman named Nathaniel Bell, who disappeared during a late 19th century winter while holding the wage ledger for a mining crew. The company reported that Bell had left town for personal reasons. No body was ever found. No one mentioned the 19 miners. Hui opened his bag. The ledger was gone. Only the recorder remained. The recording from the night before was still there. But when they played it, there were no ghostly voices. No bell. No doors. No metal. Only Hui reading 19 names. And after each name, very softly, a man answered, "Here." Present. As in a final roll call, Grace turned it off. "We are not posting this." Hui nodded. "We are not posting this." Tommy quit the company that afternoon. No one blamed him. 3 weeks later, Hui was back in Denver trying to live normally. He edited the Ominous Forks video exactly as the client had requested. Beautiful landscapes, old mining history, sunset over weathered cabins, and a light mention of local ghost stories. No North Tunnel, no ledger, no shift bell. The client approved it immediately. Grace never brought up that night. Tommy moved back to Oregon, and Hui began to lose sleep. Not every night. Only around 6 o'clock in the evening, Colorado time, wherever he was. From far away, he would hear metal strike stone. Clang. At first, he told himself it was memory. Then one evening in the edit room, while cutting footage for another project, his computer opened the Ominous Forks folder by itself. A new audio file had appeared. Its name was shift_complete.wave. Hui stared at it for a long time. Then he played it. No pickaxe, no door, no bell, only mountain wind and a familiar man's voice. Elias Ward. "Thank you." Hui thought the file ended there, but after 3 seconds of silence, another sound came through. Paper turning, rustle. Then a deep, cold, perfectly clear voice. Nathaniel Bell. New ledger opened. The computer screen went black. In the reflection on the dark monitor, Hui did not see the Denver edit room behind him. He saw the two-story house at Onimus Forks, the empty window, the yellow oil lamp, snow dust moving across the floor, and on a rotted wooden table, a new ledger lay open. The first page held 3 lines. Grace Miller Camera, Thomas Reed Runner, Hui Trans Sound. Below them, a 4th line was being written in wet black ink. Next crew due at 6. Hui spun around. The edit room was empty, but on the glass door behind him, a muddy handprint had just appeared from the other side. A voice spoke from the dark hallway, not the voice of the miners, not Elias Ward. Hui's own voice came from the recorder on the desk. The shift is not over. Hui stood frozen. On the dead computer screen, his reflection slowly lowered its head, like a worker hearing the bell call him back underground. Somewhere inside the locked room, metal struck stone. Clang. 1 beat. Clang. A second beat. Clang. The third. And this time, after every strike, came the sound of paper turning. Rustle. A new page. A new name. A new shift. From the hallway, the voice whispered one last time. The new shift has begun. If this story kept you listening until the final knock, let me know in the comments. Would you open the ledger, or would you leave before the bell rang? Subscribe to Infinite Story Realm for more true places, dark legends, and stories where the past is never as dead as it looks. And remember, if you ever hear metal striking stone in an empty ghost town, do not answer the roll call. Before tonight's story begins, remember this. Some towns are haunted by what people saw. Point Pleasant is haunted by what people failed to see. A quiet river town in West Virginia. 2 rivers meeting in the fog. An old bridge remembered for one of the darkest days in American roadside history. And above it all, a shape with black wings and red eyes. Tourists call it a legend. Locals know better than to laugh after sundown. Because in Point Pleasant, the Mothman was never only a monster story. It was a warning people understood too late. Tonight, Caleb Turner returns home to bury his mother. But inside her old house, a dead telephone begins to ring at 3:17 in the morning. A woman's voice asks to be picked up near a bridge that no longer exists. And before the night is over, Caleb will learn that his family was not just connected to the Silver Bridge disaster. They were part of the secret it left behind. This is Point Pleasant, the Mothman standing on the Silver Bridge. In Point Pleasant, people never say its name too loudly after dark. By day, it is a symbol, a tall metal statue with wide wings and polished red eyes, standing in the center of town while tourists gather around it for photographs. It appears on t-shirts, keychains, coffee mugs, store signs, and festival posters hanging along Main Street. But after the sun sinks behind the Ohio River and damp fog crawls up from the water into the narrow roads, the locals speak about it differently. They lower their voices and say, "Do not go toward the old TNT area after midnight." Or, "If you see 2 red lights above you, do not stare for too long." And sometimes the older people add something that visitors never truly understand. It does not come to kill anyone. It comes to warn us. Stopwatch 2S. That December, Caleb Turner returned to Point Pleasant after almost 14 years away. He did not come home because he missed the place. He came home because his mother had died. Elaine Turner passed away inside the small wooden house near Sandhill Road, not far from the river. She went quietly, sitting in her old armchair beside the window, one hand resting on an open Bible, her eyes turned toward the road that led to the bridge. A neighbor found her the next morning. On the table beside the chair, next to a cup of cold tea, there was a folded piece of paper. On it, in a trembling hand, she had written only one sentence. "Do not let Caleb cross the bridge on the 15th. The local police thought it was the confused note of an old woman near the end of her life. The doctor said Elaine had shown signs of mild memory loss. Caleb wanted to believe that explanation too. He had left Point Pleasant when he was 20, after one final bitter argument with his mother. Back then, he hated everything about the town. The ghost stories repeated like scripture, the tourists who came looking for cheap fear, and the people who seemed to spend their whole lives beside a river no one could truly leave. Caleb moved to Columbus, trained as a mechanic, and later became a long-distance tow truck driver. His life was not easy, but it was practical, clear, measurable. There was no room in it for legends, until his mother died, until he came back to the old house, and until the telephone in that house started ringing at 3:17 in the morning. It was a brown rotary-style landline phone, very old, sitting in the hallway near the kitchen. Caleb was surprised it was still connected. He was certain his mother had stopped using it years earlier. The house was so quiet that the first ring sounded like metal being stretched to the breaking point. Caleb sat up on the sofa. He had not been fully asleep. His first night in his mother's house made him uneasy. Everything smelled old. Damp wood, cough syrup, wool blankets, and something faintly like cold ash. The phone rang again. Caleb looked into the dark hallway. He did not want to answer it, but the ringing continued, steady and patient. Each sound seemed to strike his ribs from the inside. At last, he stood, walked barefoot across the cold floorboards, and lifted the receiver. "Hello!" On the other end, there was only wind, not static, not a bad connection. Real wind. Wind moving through a wide, empty place, with water running somewhere below. Caleb frowned. "Who is this?" A woman's voice answered, very far away, very quiet. "Is this Mr. Turner?" Caleb went still. "Yes." "Who is calling?" The woman was silent for a few seconds. Then she said, "Please come pick me up. My car won't start." Caleb exhaled sharply through his nose. "I do not run towing calls around here anymore. You have the wrong number." "No," the woman said. Her calm was almost unnatural. "I called the right person." Caleb looked at the clock on the wall. 3:18. "Where are you?" A long silence followed. Then the woman said, "Near the bridge, on the Point Pleasant side." Caleb closed his eyes, trying to hold back his irritation. "Which bridge?" This time a small sound came through the line, a low groan of metal. Then the woman whispered, "The Silver Bridge." Caleb dropped the receiver. It hit the edge of the small table and swung in the dark. There was no bridge called the Silver Bridge anymore. The Silver Bridge had collapsed in 1967. The bridge that stood now was the Silver Memorial Bridge, built after the disaster. Some locals still used the old name by habit or by grief. But the woman on the phone had not sounded like someone playing a drunk prank. She sounded as if the old bridge was still there, still lit, still carrying a line of cars across its cold steel deck. Caleb stood in the hallway for a long time. From the fallen receiver, the faint sound of wind continued. Then, from very far away, he heard a child crying. The next morning, Caleb told himself it had been a prank. Point Pleasant lived on stories like that. Maybe some local kids knew he had returned. Maybe they knew his mother had just died. In a small town, news traveled faster than river wind. He spent the morning sorting through his mother's belongings. In the kitchen cabinets, he found jars of raspberry jam that had expired years ago. In the bedroom, there were wool coats folded with painful care. In the vanity drawer, Caleb found old family photographs, many of them curled at the edges. His father had died when Caleb was 9, in a truck accident on the road back from Gallipolis. His mother never remarried. Elaine raised him alone, working nights at a diner near the river before taking a cashier job at the grocery store. She rarely spoke about Caleb's father. She spoke even less about her own father, Silas Turner. But in a tin box beneath the bed, Caleb found things that made him sit down on the floor. A stack of yellowing newspaper clippings, several black and white photographs of the Silver Bridge before it fell, a rusted maintenance badge, and a small black notebook. On the first page, written in stiff, slanted handwriting, was a name: Silas M. Turner. 1967. Caleb had never known his grandfather worked on the Silver Bridge. He had only heard that Silas died of a heart condition when Elaine was young. But the early pages of the notebook were filled with short notes about bolts, suspension chains, unusual vibration, temperature, traffic weight, and inspection schedules. Then, around the middle of November 1966, the notes changed. November 18th. Someone reported seeing something near the TNT area. The men at the diner laughed. I did not laugh. Tonight, on the bridge, I saw 2 red points above the Ohio side tower. I thought they were airplane lights, but they did not blink. Caleb turned the page. December 3rd. The groaning in the north chain is getting worse. Reported it again. They said the cold makes steel contract. But this does not sound like steel. It sounds like someone is trapped inside it. December 22nd. It stood high above the bridge again. Not a bird. Not a man. It looked down at the cars. Tonight, I dreamed of black water filled with headlights. Caleb felt the skin on the back of his neck grow cold. He flipped to the final pages. The page dated December 15th, 1967, had been torn out. Only a ragged strip of paper remained near the spine. That afternoon, Caleb took the notebook to the Mason Jar Diner on Main Street. It was an old place with a red neon sign, black and white tile floors, and photographs of Point Pleasant covering the walls. Caleb had washed dishes there when he was 16. The current owner was Nora Blake, an old classmate of his. Nora recognized him the moment he walked in. Caleb Turner, she said, still holding a coffee pot. I thought you had become a city man. Caleb gave a faint smile. So did I. Nora poured him black coffee. I heard about your mother. I am sorry. Thank you. They sat in silence for a moment. Outside, tourists gathered around the Mothman statue, taking pictures and laughing. A little boy raised his arms like wings while his mother snapped photo after photo. Caleb placed the notebook on the table. Nora, do you know anything about my grandfather? The smile faded from her face. Why are you asking? Did he work on the Silver Bridge? Nora looked at the notebook, then toward the window, as if afraid someone might be listening. You should ask the older people in town. I am asking you. Nora sat down across from him. My grandmother used to say Silas Turner was the last man to leave the maintenance station before the bridge went down. Caleb froze. He survived. Yes. Then why did my mother never tell me? Nora lowered her voice. Because afterward, people said he knew. Caleb's coffee steamed between his hands. Knew what? That the bridge was going to collapse. Caleb stared at her. Nora continued. People said he warned a few of them, told them not to cross that afternoon. But he never called the authorities. He never blocked traffic. He did not stop the bridge. After the disaster, he almost lost his mind. He kept saying something had stood on top of the bridge, spreading its wings, trying to cover the road. He said that if people had looked up, they would have turned around. But no one looked up. Caleb tightened his grip around the coffee cup. That is just a rumor. In Point Pleasant, rumors often live longer than people. Stopwatch 1.5s. Caleb told Nora about the call at 3:17. First, she tried to laugh. But when Caleb repeated the words Silver Bridge, her face went pale. Do not joke about that. I am not joking. Then do not answer if it calls again. What do you know? Nora looked around the diner. An elderly couple sat in the corner. A truck driver was eating apple pie. Two tourists were studying a Mothman trail map on a phone. Nora leaned closer. My grandmother said that after the bridge collapse, several families received strange phone calls. Always after 3 in the morning. Voices of the dead calling home, asking to be picked up, asking to be taken across the river, asking to come back. But those calls stopped years ago. When? Caleb asked. After your grandfather died. Before Caleb could ask another question, the wind chime above the diner door suddenly trembled. No one came in. The door stayed shut. Nora looked up. Every light in the diner flickered once. Then the old radio on the counter, which had not been turned on, filled with static. Inside that static, a woman's voice whispered, Mr. Turner. Nora sprang to her feet, knocking over the coffee pot. Caleb stared at the radio. The voice continued, It is so cold tonight. The baby will not stop crying. Then the radio went dead. That same afternoon, Caleb drove out to the old TNT area. It was where many of the Mothman stories had begun. A wide, lonely stretch of land that had once stored explosives during World War II, with old concrete bunkers scattered among trees and wetlands. Locals called the bunkers igloos. In winter, the place looked like a forgotten part of the world. Bare trees, dead yellow grass, gray film over the swamp water. The concrete bunkers rested in silence, their dark entrances like the mouths of sleeping animals. Caleb parked beside a dirt lane and shut off the engine. He did not know what he expected to find. Maybe proof that someone was playing a cruel joke. Maybe an old telephone line. Maybe some sign that his mother, before she died, had been swallowed by family superstition. Wind moved through the dry trees, making a sound like whispers. Caleb took a flashlight and walked toward the nearest bunker. Inside, the air smelled of damp earth and rust. The concrete walls were covered with graffiti, though most of the words had faded. The floor was littered with rotten leaves, plastic bottles, and crushed beer cans. He swept the flashlight across the room. Nothing. Then the beam stopped on the back wall. There, drawn in black charcoal, was a bridge. Not the modern bridge. The old silver bridge with 2 tall steel towers and a narrow deck. On top of one tower stood a winged figure. Beneath the drawing, someone had written, "Tried to hold us back." Caleb touched the charcoal line. Black dust stained his fingertip. Fresh. Stopwatch 2s. Behind him, a small stone rolled across the floor. Caleb spun around. The bunker entrance had darkened. Not because the sun had gone down, because something was standing outside, blocking the opening. It was taller than a normal man, very thin. Its shoulders widened into a dark mass, like folded wings. Caleb could not see a face, only 2 red points. They did not shine like lamps. They glowed like embers buried under ash. He stood frozen, the flashlight trembling in his hand. The thing at the entrance did not come in. It only tilted its head. Then, from somewhere very far away, Caleb heard a child crying. He stepped backward. The flashlight went out. Darkness swallowed the bunker. Caleb was no longer a rational man. He turned and ran, slamming his shoulder against the concrete wall, slipping on wet leaves, throwing himself toward the doorway. When he stumbled outside, the clearing was empty. No creature, no footprints. Only his truck sitting on the dirt lane with all four doors wide open. The windshield was covered with moths. Hundreds of them. They clung to the glass, gray wings trembling. And on the passenger seat, where nothing had been before, there was an object. A child's white shoe, old, yellowed, the laces nearly rotted away. Stopwatch 2.5s. That night, Caleb did not sleep. He sat in the kitchen with Silas's notebook open in front of him and his mother's old hunting shotgun on the table beside it. He knew the gun would be useless if the thing he had seen was real. Still, having something heavy within reach was better than having nothing. At 3:17 in the morning, the phone rang. Caleb did not answer immediately. The first ring, the second, the third. He slowly stood. The fourth ring. He picked up. This time he did not speak first. Rain hissed on the other end. Then came the woman's voice. "Did you find my child's shoe?" Caleb looked at the kitchen chair. The little shoe was sealed in a plastic bag. "Who are you?" "You know who I am." "I do not." "Your grandfather knew." Caleb tightened his grip on the receiver. "What did my grandfather do?" The woman was silent. Then she said, "He heard the bridge breaking before everyone else." Caleb felt his breath catch. He was only a maintenance worker. He had the key to the barrier. The kitchen turned ice cold. What barrier? The one that could close the road onto the bridge. Caleb said nothing. The woman's voice remained level, more sorrowful than angry. 46 people did not come home that night. But not everyone died because of the bridge. Caleb whispered, "What do you want from me?" "The 15th is coming." "What does that mean?" "The bridge remembers the day it died." Outside the kitchen window, fingernails scratched lightly against the glass. Caleb turned. No one was there. Only the silhouettes of bare branches reflected on the pane. But the next morning, Caleb went to the town library. The librarian, Margaret Hensley, was over 70. She recognized him immediately as Elaine Turner's son and Silas Turner's grandson. When Caleb asked about Silver Bridge records, she did not seem surprised. "I have been waiting for someone in the Turner family to ask," she said. She led him into a storage room in the back, where old newspapers were boxed by year. Caleb read copies of articles about the bridge collapse, grainy photographs of residents standing along the riverbank, cranes lifting twisted steel from the water, and wrecked cars being pulled from the Ohio. In one small article he found Silas's name, not on the list of victims. In the witness section, Silas M. Turner, maintenance worker, said he heard a crack as loud as a gunshot several minutes before the bridge collapsed, but was unable to react in time. Caleb read that line again and again. "Unable to react in time," he murmured. Behind him, Mrs. Hensley said, "Not everyone believed that." Caleb turned. "What do you know?" She took an old envelope from a drawer. "Elaine gave this to me before she became too sick. She said that if you ever came back and started asking about the bridge, I should give it to you." Caleb accepted the envelope. Inside was a small cassette tape and a note written in his mother's handwriting. "Caleb, if you are listening to this, then it has called you. I am sorry I hid the truth. I only wanted you to have a normal life. But no one in the Turner family ever truly leaves the bridge." Stopwatch 2.5s. Caleb borrowed the library's old tape player. At first, the cassette hissed and crackled. Then his grandfather's voice came through, rough, tired, like a man speaking from inside the dark. "Elaine, if you still have this tape, do not let Caleb hear it. The boy does not need to know." but I have to say it out loud, because every night I hear them calling. There was a pause. Then Silas continued. That afternoon, I knew the bridge had trouble. I had known for weeks. I reported it. No one listened. They said if the bridge was closed before Christmas, the whole town would be furious. Goods would be delayed. Families would complain. They told me I was just a maintenance man. Caleb heard his grandfather swallow. A little before 5, I saw it. The tape hissed. It was standing on the Point Pleasant Tower. Its wings were spread. Its eyes were red. It was not flying. It was beating its wings against the suspension chains, making the bridge shudder. I thought it was trying to break the bridge. I thought it was a demon. Silas's voice cracked. But then I heard something inside my head. Not words. Pictures. Cars falling. Black water. People pounding on windows. A woman holding a baby. A little boy missing one shoe. I understood. It wanted me to close the bridge. Caleb gripped the tape player. I ran to the barrier. I had the key. But at that moment, a man in a car behind me started screaming. Then horns. A long line of traffic. People were trying to get home. Buy gifts. Pick up children. Cross the river before supper. Silas began to cry on the tape. All I had to do was turn the key. Pull the barrier down. But I was afraid. Afraid they would laugh. Afraid I would lose my job. Afraid I was crazy. A long breath dragged through the old recording. Then the bridge broke. Caleb closed his eyes. After that, every year near the 15th, I heard the telephone ring. They did not blame me. That was the worst part. They only asked me to take them across the river. But I could not, because I had never been brave enough to look up. The tape went silent for a few seconds. Then Silas spoke one last time. If it ever calls Caleb, tell him not to run from the Mothman. Tell him to run after it. The tape ended. Caleb sat motionless in the storage room. Outside the small window, the sky had turned gray. Thin snow began falling over Point Pleasant. Inside him, a heavy feeling took shape. Not fear. Inheritance. On the night of December 14th, Nora came to Caleb's house. She brought hot soup, 2 loaves of bread, and the expression of someone who had spent a long time deciding whether to knock. Caleb opened the door. You should not be here. Nora stepped inside. I know, but I am here anyway. They sat in the kitchen among boxes of Elaine's belongings. Nora looked at the notebook, the cassette, the child's shoe, and the shotgun on the table. What are you going to do? She asked. Go to the bridge tomorrow night. The Memorial Bridge? Caleb nodded. The call said the 15th. The bridge remembers the day it died. Nora shook her head. Caleb, the old bridge is gone. But the river is still here. What do you think that thing wants? Caleb looked out the window. I think it is still trying to stop something from happening. After nearly 60 years? Some places do not count time the way we do. Nora was quiet for a long while. Then she said, My grandmother told me something once. I never told anyone. Caleb looked at her. The night the Silver Bridge collapsed, my grandparents were about to cross it. Before their car got onto the bridge, my grandmother saw a man standing in the road with both arms raised. My grandfather slammed the brakes and cursed him out. The man ran to the window and told them to turn around. Seconds later, the bridge collapsed. Who was the man? Caleb asked. Nora looked at him. Silas Turner. Caleb was stunned. No. On the tape, he said he never lowered the barrier. Maybe he didn't, but he tried to stop a few cars with his own body. Caleb lowered his head. He saw his grandfather then. Not a coward, not a hero, but an ordinary man, terrified and ashamed, standing in front of angry drivers, trying to do the right thing too late. And maybe that was why Point Pleasant had never released the Turner family. Because the truth was not simple. It never had been. That night, Caleb managed to sleep for a short while on the sofa. He dreamed he was standing on the old silver bridge. There were no cars, no people, only fog and headlights glowing under black water. In the center of the bridge, a woman in a blue coat stood with her back to him. She was holding a child. Caleb called out, "Who are you?" The woman turned. Her face was wet. Her hair clung to her cheeks. But her eyes were not frightening. They were only sad. "We do not need you to save the past," she said. "Then what do you need?" She looked up. High above, the Mothman clung to the steel frame, its wings ragged, as if it had been standing there too long. The woman whispered, "Save the people who will not believe you." Caleb woke to the sound of the telephone. 3:17. He answered. This time there was no woman's voice, only car horns, many of them, metal stretching. A child crying. And through it all, a deep, distorted sound, like enormous wings beating against the wind. Then a voice came through, not dead, not alive. A rough, deep voice that did not seem to use a throat, but moved through his bones. "Tomorrow, at dusk, do not look at the road. Look up." December 15th arrived beneath a low, heavy sky. Snow fell in scattered flakes from morning onward. The roads were slick. Cold winds swept along the Ohio River. People went on with their lives as usual. Cars crossed the Silver Memorial Bridge. Shops stayed open. Tourists still took pictures beside the Mothman statue, smiling as if fear were only another souvenir. Caleb spent the entire day stretched tight as a wire. He called the local police and reported that he was worried something would happen on the bridge that evening. The dispatcher asked if he had evidence. Caleb looked at the notebook, the shoe, and the cassette tape. Then he said no. The dispatcher advised him to rest after his mother's funeral. He called the bridge authority. No one answered. He called a transportation emergency line and said he had heard unusual noises while crossing the bridge. They said they would make a note of it. Make a note of it. Those words made Caleb understand Silas in 1967. Stopwatch 2S. At 4:30, he drove toward the bridge. Nora came with him even though he tried to stop her. "No," she said. "If you are going to be the crazy man standing in the road, you should at least have a witness." The sky had turned the color of lead. Streetlights came on early. Traffic thickened as people left work, shopped before Christmas, and crossed between West Virginia and Ohio. When Caleb's truck entered the lane leading to the Silver Memorial Bridge, his heart pounded so hard it hurt. "Nothing is happening," Nora said, but her voice was not steady. Caleb watched the road. The bridge deck was wet. Headlights stretched into long streaks. Below them, the Ohio River was dark and wide. Then the truck radio turned on by itself. Christmas music played for 2 seconds, then bent into static. After that came the woman's voice. "Mr. Turner." Nora covered her mouth. Caleb gripped the wheel. "Where are you?" "Ahead of you." Caleb looked at the road. "Only cars." "No," the woman said. "Look up." Caleb raised his eyes. On a high steel cable ahead, in the thin snow, were 2 red points. This time he saw it clearly. It was larger than any bird. A dark, thin body, no clear neck, wings folded around it like a cloak. It clung to the bridge structure with its head lowered, watching the flow of traffic. Nora saw it too. She began to cry. "Oh my God!" Brake lights flared ahead. A chemical truck in the middle of the bridge began to sway. Not because of wind. Its rear wheels slid on the wet deck. The trailer leaned to one side. Cars around it blared their horns. An SUV tried to pass, lost traction, and turned sideways. Caleb understood at once. The bridge was not going to collapse. It was going to become a chain reaction accident. On the bridge, during rush traffic, if the truck overturned, if the chemical spilled, if the vehicles behind it slammed forward, dozens of people could be trapped on the deck in the freezing air between two riverbanks. Caleb hit the brakes, threw open the door, and ran. "Caleb!" Nora screamed. He ran between lanes, raising both arms. "Stop! Stop your cars!" Horns exploded around him. A driver leaned out and cursed. Caleb did not move aside. He ran toward the sliding truck, shouting and waving like a madman. And in that moment, he understood his grandfather. The shame, the fear of looking insane, the helplessness of having no proof, no authority, no way to make the crowd believe him. Only one human body standing in front of tons of moving steel. A sedan rushed toward Caleb and stopped less than 3 feet away. The driver screamed through the windshield. "Do you want to die?" Caleb slammed his hand onto the hood. "Back up. All of you, back up." Above them, the Mothman spread its wings. A shriek tore through the air. It did not sound like a bird. It did not sound like an animal. It sounded like metal bending in a nightmare. Every car on the bridge jolted to a stop. Not because of Caleb, because of the moths. From nowhere, thousands of gray moths swept down onto the bridge, striking windshields, headlights, mirrors, and side windows. Drivers panicked and slammed on their brakes. Hazard lights flashed everywhere. The chemical truck finally stopped, its trailer leaning near the rail but not overturned. Caleb stood in the middle of the bridge, gasping. Snow settled in his hair. Nora ran to him and pulled him beside a stopped car. "You did it," she said. "Caleb, you did it." But Caleb kept looking up. The Mothman was no longer on the cable. It stood at the Ohio end of the bridge. In the fog, it turned its back, as if waiting for him. Caleb heard the woman's voice one final time. Not through a phone. Not through a radio. Right beside his ear. "There is still one soul who has not been taken across." After the incident, the police closed the bridge for nearly 2 hours. No one died. A few people suffered minor injuries from the collisions. The chemical truck was towed away. The local paper called it a near disaster on the bridge. Some drivers reported seeing a man run into traffic to stop the cars. Others said they had seen a swarm of moths in the middle of winter. No official report mentioned Mothman. Caleb was not arrested. Maybe because the traffic cameras showed that his actions had made several vehicles stop before they crashed into each other. The police only told him never to do anything like that again. That night, Caleb and Nora returned to his mother's house. Both of them were exhausted, but Caleb knew it was not over. He placed the child's shoe on the kitchen table beside Silas's notebook. Nora looked at him. What did that mean? There is still one soul who has not been taken across. Caleb shook his head. I do not know. At 3:17 in the morning, the telephone rang. Nora took Caleb's hand. He picked up. There was no wind, no water, only a deep silence. Then a man's voice spoke. Old, hoarse, filled with regret. Caleb. He could barely breathe. Grandfather. Nora stared at him, white-faced. Silas Turner's voice came through the old line. You looked up. Caleb closed his eyes. I did what you could not do. No, Silas said. You did what I tried to do. But that is not why it called you. Caleb opened his eyes. Then why? The river murmured on the other end of the line. Silas spoke slowly. There is something Elaine never told you. Your mother did not hide it out of shame. She hid it because she was afraid you would come back to the bridge. The kitchen seemed to tilt around Caleb. Hide what? On the day the silver bridge collapsed, there was a young woman on the bridge. She was holding a baby. That baby's name was never listed among the victims. Caleb looked at the shoe on the table. The room went cold as stone. Silas continued, because that baby did not die. Nora let go of Caleb's hand. Caleb whispered, No. I pulled the child from a car trapped near the bank. The baby was still breathing. The mother was not. I carried the child back to the Point Pleasant side before the rescuers arrived. I did not know what to do. I was afraid. I had failed to save 46 people, so I held on to that living child as if it were forgiveness. Caleb stepped backward. Silas's voice broke. Elaine was not my blood daughter. She was that baby. Caleb did not understand at first. Then the truth collapsed inside him. His mother, Elaine, the baby on the bridge. Not a boy, a baby girl pulled from the silver bridge. Raised by Silas Turner. And later, she had given birth to Caleb. Caleb looked down at his own hands. It felt as though the blood in his body had turned into cold river water. The woman who has been calling me, Silas answered. She is your real grandmother. Stopwatch 3S. In the kitchen, every light flickered. The child's shoe tipped slightly on the table by itself. Caleb heard the faint cry of a baby. But this time it did not come from outside. It came from somewhere inside the house's memory. Silas continued. She did not call you for revenge. Every year, when the day of the collapse comes back, she searches for the child taken from her arms. Elaine is gone now. The final thread is you. Caleb gripped the receiver. What do I have to do? Take the shoe across the river. Across where? Across the place where the old bridge fell. The line was silent. Then Silas's voice grew faint. And when you see it standing on the bank, do not be afraid. It is not an omen of death. It is a guide for the souls who arrive too late. The call ended. Caleb said nothing for a long time. Neither did Nora. Outside the window, the snow had stopped. The night was still dark, but near the river, the horizon had begun to pale. Before dawn, Caleb drove to the Ohio River. Nora came with him. They stopped at a place overlooking where the old silver bridge had once crossed the water. The bridge was gone, but to the people of Point Pleasant, the empty space still existed like a scar. Caleb took the child's shoe and walked down close to the water. The Ohio River moved black and slow. The wind was cold, but not cruel. He stood there for a long time. Then he said, though he did not know who he was speaking to, "You have searched for my mother long enough." Nora stood behind him, crying silently. Caleb placed the little shoe on a flat stone near the river. First, nothing happened. Then the water stirred. Fog drifted in from midstream, thin as breath. Inside the fog, Caleb saw a bridge. Not clearly, only the shadow of steel towers, suspension chains, and a narrow road. Old headlights glowed like yellow stars. And on the bridge stood a woman in a blue coat. She was no longer holding a child. Her arms were empty. She looked at Caleb. This time her face was not wet, not afraid, not sorrowful. She smiled softly. Behind Caleb, another shape appeared in the fog. An older woman, small and silver-haired. Elaine Turner, his mother. She passed through Caleb like a breath of cold air and walked toward the woman in the blue coat on the bridge that no longer existed. Caleb wanted to call out to her, but Nora placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't," she whispered. "Let her go home." Elaine walked onto the bridge of fog. The woman in blue opened her arms. They embraced. The fog around them brightened, as if reflecting sunrise from somewhere else. Then Caleb saw it. The Mothman stood on the tower of the old bridge. Black wings open, red eyes looking down at him. Not angry, not hungry, not evil, only tired, like a gatekeeper who had watched over a tragedy for too long while no one understood. Caleb lowered his head. "Thank you," he said. "Stopwatch 2S. The Mothman tilted its head. Then it beat its wings. There was no shriek, no tearing metal. Only a soft sound, like thousands of moth wings touching in the dark. The bridge in the fog faded. Elaine, the woman in blue, and the old headlights disappeared into the first light of morning. The child's shoe was gone too. Months later, Caleb did not sell his mother's house. He repaired the roof, replaced the windows, and cleaned out the old boxes. Nora came by sometimes to help him paint the fence. People in town began to look at him differently, though no one asked directly about the night on the bridge. At the Mason Jar Diner, they still said Caleb Turner had saved dozens of people from a strange accident. Tourists still came to take pictures with Mothman. Children still laughed at the statue's metal red eyes. Older people still avoided saying its name after dark. But Caleb knew the truth did not live in statues or souvenir legends. The truth lived in phone calls at 3:17 in the morning, in the groan of steel before it breaks, in a man once too afraid of being called insane, in a mother who died still trying to warn her son, and in a creature misunderstood for decades. Stopwatch 2S. One late winter night, Caleb was locking the front door when he heard a soft beating of wings on the roof. He stood still. Across the street, a lamp flickered. Far away, from the direction of the river, a car horn echoed even though the road was empty. Caleb raised his head. On the roof of the house across the street, between the chimney and the stars, two red points watched him. This time he was not afraid. He only whispered, "Is something going to happen again?" The red eyes blinked slowly. Then, from the answering machine inside the house,
"Hello, no one is available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone."
Nora's voice came through the speaker. "Caleb, are you there? I just heard that a school bus convoy is going to cross the bridge tomorrow morning because the main road is blocked. I do not know why, but I have a terrible feeling." Caleb looked up at the roof. The winged shadow remained there. Wind came from the Ohio River and moved through Point Pleasant, carrying the smell of cold water, rust, and something like ash that had slept too long. Caleb opened the door and took his keys. Before he left, he looked at the brown telephone in the hallway. It was silent, but Caleb knew that some warnings did not need to ring anymore. Some bridges collapse only once, but they keep testing the living forever. And in Point Pleasant, whenever a winged shadow appears above you, the wise do not waste time asking whether it is a demon or an angel. They do only one thing. They look up. If you were Caleb Turner and you saw those two red eyes watching from above the bridge, would you run away? Or would you look up? Stopwatch 2S. Share your answer in the comments. And if this story pulled you into the fog of Point Pleasant, please like the video, subscribe to Infinite Story Realm, and turn on notifications. More true places, more dark legends, more stories that do not end when the screen goes black.